We have sound, I think. Can you hear us, Peanuts? Hey, Nene, John, Dora, Elmigs, Thurston. Yep, I double checked on my end. Yep, that's sound. Now I've got a video card upgrade. Just had to tweak a few things again to sort stuff out. So everything should be back to normal, I hope. Whatever normal is. Paul's just going to put throw another log on the fire. Not another shrimp on the barbie, another log on the fire. Alan's fiddling with his knobs to get his sound sort of.
Acceptable to somebody.
Well, you can't have it louder than me, Alan. That is just not right. That's just a given. I've got to be louder than everybody else. Turn my volume up to 4. These dry runs getting this show back in order again. And this would be about the second or third one. I forget now.
It's not like you
Snafu
forgot how to
normal.
do it. You spent the last 4 months just doing it on my channel.
Yeah. Yeah, what were we doing on your channel? I forgot. Playing a lot of Lindsay.
I'll be lucky if it goes. It was down to just a little minute cold. So.
Oh, did you have to get in there and blow?
No, I'm not going to. If it goes out, it'll be an opportunity tomorrow for me to clean the ashes out.
Oh, okay. And you know where to throw them, don't you?
Yeah, in the big council plastic rubbish bin, so it catches fire.
Yeah, that's where everyone else does. Wake up in the morning and your bin's all melted to the ground.
Yeah.
Back where I grew up in my parents' house, in the days when everybody had coal fires, they used to chuck the ashes out in the back alley to sort of fill in the divots where it was uneven and the puddles formed. The trouble was they did it so much that between the late 50s and when they left in 2000, the level of the back alley rose by a metre. So where the garage my dad had built had been half a metre above the level of the alley. It was half a metre below the level of the alley.
Helmig says, Alan, you are still using 1914 communications.
I see. While I was away, everyone got the scientist. Yes, it is John Dalton.
Oh, I forgot to mention that. Did you put Did you put a clue out or anything, or a question for that?
I did.
Oh, I forgot to read that.
It's done and dusted, Terry.
Well, okay, today's scientist, chemist, physicist, and meteorologist is best known for introducing the atomic theory into chemistry. Also known for his research into colour blindness. He is J something D. There you go. Can't say I didn't do it now. What's that, John? You've been in YouTube jail for well, that's meant to be planes and trains. So it's up to us to stop you from fulfilling a prophecy. No automobile videos. Okay then, John. No automobile videos, anybody? That'll be the trifecta, alright, wouldn't it? Well, as I was saying to the guys before we started, I was trying to do some brainstorming or whatever for the future shows to do with industrial revolutions, but the scientific experiments that people did, I was going through the short list of the timeline. There only seems to be a couple that were hit in the 18th century. There's 4 of them here. 19th century, or the late 1800s to 1897. The list was getting a bit bigger, obviously. And then the turn of the century for the 20th century, well, yeah, things are like exponentially getting more and more. So at the end of this century, who knows what we're going to have. Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing, Terry. The more you know, the more you know. The more you know, the more you can learn.
Yeah. Do you mean we learn, but there's certain people out there that that seem to be stuck in the dark ages of learning? That is.
I think they're even further back than that, to be honest.
Hey, the wheel was invented even for that time period then for them? Or is this before the wheel was invented for them?
I think the wheel had been invented for a while when they realised that the Earth was the surface of the Earth was spherical. But it hadn't been around that long. I mean, it wasn't like a super new invention, but it hadn't been around that long. I think they discovered. I think the discovery for that was about 1,500, 2,000 years after the wheel.
So
the more you learn, the more you can forget.
Yeah. This would be a good thing to figure out. Which came first, the wheel or boats? Learning to float in something, on something, or roll something along the ground.
I think boats came first, from what I remember.
You think of some sort of floating device of some description to float on the water.
Yeah, dug out canoes and stuff.
Because the wheel wasn't invented per se first, it was more the rolling of things along logs and something round like that, or rocks or pebbles or whatever it was they did.
Well, yeah, rollers first, I would think.
Yeah. The Dark Ages between the Bronze Age and collapse and the Iron Age, maybe. Elmink says, oh, okay. Yes, you'll get your Lindsay in a minute. We're just having a brainstorm, whatever you call it, thing about our Industrial Revolution, where we're going to go reading the short list of these inventions. I'll share my screen that way, so that way you can see what I've been doing. That one be better. I don't know if that's going to come through for you guys on that end. Might be a bit. This is just from Wikipedia. If we go to, see, we've already got Cavendish there. We've already got the Schehillian. But before that, in the 17th century, so we've got Galileo. So we're going to get into the Galileo with the telescopes and astrological, whatever they call it, that stuff.
Astronomical.
That's the word. Yeah. Planets and stuff. Okay. Isaac Newton thought experiment. Newton's cannonball. Okay, there's that. That was back in then. 19th century, 1800s. Double slit experiment. Somebody was only talking about that the other day. About light. I can't remember what it was now. What's that? Between electricity and magnetism. Discovers the connection between it somehow. conservation of energy. No pictures for that one. Oh, the Doppler shift. That's something to do with something going away from you, coming towards you, then going away thing.
It's the frequency shift you get when things come towards you and away from you. So, like with the police siren,
Yeah.
as it gets higher pitched coming towards you and lower pitched as it goes away.
Who else have we got? Photoelectric effect. Heinrich Hertz. Is that where the name Hertz came from? That guy?
They honoured Heinrich Hertz by using his name for the unit of frequency.
Frequency, yeah.
What? So he didn't invent the rent-a-car?
J.J. Thomson discovers the electron. Now that was back in 1897.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty.
Yep.
That's pretty defined work. Like to discover something like that. Okay, well, turn of the century. I don't know what we got here. Something about an oil drop experiment, electric charge.
Millikan.
Millikan's oil drop experiment.
Yep.
That one. Is that oil drop that's been going for the last 100 years? Or is that a different thing?
No.
Oh.
He squirted tiny oil drops between two charged plates, and watched what happens to them. He balanced them out. He balanced the electrostatic force out with the force of gravity, and from that he was able to determine the mass charge ratio of the charged particles, and show that charge comes in discrete quantities.
Elmer's Rutherford's gold foil experiment.
You mean Ernest Rutherford, not Elmer Rutherford.
Oh, did I say Elmer?
Yeah.
Well, I said Rutherford's.
Yeah.
The Geiger-Marsden experiments were a landmark series of experiments by which scientists learned that every atom has a nucleus, where all of its positive charge and most of its mass is concentrated. They deduced this after measuring how an alpha particle beam is scattered. You'd have to expand that to read the rest of that one. Gravitational lens, theory of relativity, Arthur Eddington. Yeah, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. The Stern-Garrick experiment.
Gerlach experiment.
Okay. I'm going to have to click on that one. The Stern-Garrick experiment.
Gerlach.
Oh, the L. I didn't see the L. Silver atoms travelling through an inhomogeneous magnetic field and being deflected up or down depending on their spin. Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard of that one. It's an atomic scale system. Okay. Wow. Geez, the experiments they got up to in the day. Yeah. Well, I mean, they did transform knowledge, but just the imagination of them coming up with these things.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Go back out of there. Oh. Oh. What happened to Lindsay? Did I lose Lindsay? Oh no, there he is. He's still there. Flat enough. Silver atoms, haha. Show me a silver atom. Flat enough says show him a silver atom. Did I say silver atom? I thought I said gold. You're confusing me. Your incredulous laughs have convinced me science is fake. It's all a lie. Yes, no name. You think that? Flat enough. If you're subbed, you can earn yourself a spanner. Why don't we skip to the part where you practically demonstrate the demented claims of your unhinged religious sphere earth cult? all the key words: unhinged, religious,
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
sphere, with the earth, and with the cult, all in one sentence. Okay.
He asked for more graphs earlier, so I've given him some more graphs.
Okay.
But I bet they would call. But I bet that he would completely deny them.
Well, send as we're playing Lindsay. We'll see if flat enough will like Lindsay. Oh, you said silver. You double talking glober. Ah, no name. Behave yourself.
The what's it experiment? That was silver atoms, Terry.
Oh, okay. Oh, the last one I read. Right. Okay.
Yeah, the one you looked at.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll go back into that and I'll have to do a bit of reading. I hate reading. My eyes get watery too quickly off the computer. Alright. Well, Blue's not awake yet, so he's going to miss out on Lindsay.
Well,
That's probably why he's not awake yet.
If we're going to watch Lindsay, I've got my bottle of Prosecco that I'm about to open.
I don't drink this time of night. It's too late for me.
Yeah, it's a bit early for drinking over here, really.
And it's a bit late for me to start drinking here. But you're drinking something that keeps you warm if you're feeling a bit cold, Paul.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is Prosecco. Don't you know what Prosecco is?
Nah.
It's a sparkling white wine.
Ah, sparkling white wine.
Like, here we go.
What's that sparkling wine that me missus used to drink? It was the cheap stuff. It was something that came in a bottle and it was sparkling and it was a wine. It was only cheap stuff.
Over here, yeah, that sounds a bit like Prosecco, to be honest.
That's it. Passion pop. It's called passion pop. You can get it in a couple of flavours. One's a normal wine flavour and one's a fruit flavour or something.
It sounds like that's something like alcoholic lolly water.
Yeah. Oh, she'd enjoy it. She enjoys it. There was another one that she used to get in a smaller bottle, but it had a different brand name. I can't think of the name of that one. Okay. What are we missing here? We need that one. Need that one. Looks like this is part 2 from last week where he was talking about space. But then again, he didn't mention anything to do with space. But he's going deep into the black hole. But he's going deep into the black hole of our flat Earth's creation. What? I don't know.
Sorry, Terry, I can't help laughing.
I don't know what a Bob Nodell is, nor do I care. Okay.
So it looks to me like up in the right-hand side of Lindsay's diagrams there, it looks like we've got a picture of what, the sphincter Earth?
Yeah. Yeah, but he's got an actual 3D model that's made out of some sort of foam stuff. It's actually that looks like that now. Looks like he's carved it out of a bit of some sort of foam.
He's drawn milk ducks and a set of bras on his boobs as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same drawing he had last video, so he hasn't rubbed that out. He doesn't seem to rub out much between now and last videos. You think you'll get away with pointing at the sky and declaring? Pointing at the moon and jumping up and down like a maniac only proves you are jumping up and down like a maniac. Yeah. Oh, here you go, flat enough. Here's somebody that you can look up to. Simplify it a bit more.
Oh dear.
How could you... Oh, I'd have to think about that one. How could you simplify something simply that's ridiculous in the first place?
No.
That's a interesting thing I just thought of. When you have an electric field, and he's drawn them like lines across the donut thing.
You mean a magnetic field?
Oh, whatever it is that he said. Um,
Yeah.
Can they expand, or are they restricted to their width of how they could be portrayed as he's putting it? Could they be actually segmented like that? Or is it possible?
Well, you got to remember, Terry, that drawing lines to represent a magnetic field is only a way of us visualizing how that field changes over spatial, the spatial space. There are no such thing as magnetic field lines in the first place, just like there is no such thing as longitude lines or latitude lines. You don't come to a certain place in the earth and see a great big friggin' line on the ground and think, oh, there's the 25th parallel. It doesn't work like that.
No.
It's the same. There are no such thing as, in reality, magnetic or electric field lines. They are just a way for us to visualize how that field is changing over distance. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not getting sound out there. Brainary said video sound.
Paul, there are odd places where you can find latitude lines or longitude lines on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
But mostly you have to go to Greenwich or Paris or certain places in the middle of Africa.
Yeah, but you know what I'm getting at. There's no such thing as a. It's not something that's sort of like physically there.
No.
There we go. I fixed the problem.
Bear with me, I'm going to try and simplify the flat earth design a little bit more. Some people just aren't getting it. That's how Earth's looking down on it. These are the magnetic fields. We don't see, obviously. But the southern field is a lot bigger than the northern field. Northern hemisphere is way smaller. It just expands outward. You've just got to put your mind to it. That's Earth. Slice it to the middle. This is what we've got. We are created in the realm here. The donut. It's a complete donut. That is the same as that. All the way around.
Yeah.
In the centre of the donut we have the ring. That's not part of our realm. We cannot get to that centre ring. It's outside. We're inside the donut circle. We can't get there. The tree of life is here. Everything that's created out here is from within there. It's just inverted. So whatever creation is, we're inverted. It's like this. And this is what it's doing. And what does it look like? That's an atom.
What?
Well, I can't.
It's what?
It's too small to see, but you're saying it's an atom.
It's an atom. No, it's not.
Atoms have a nucleus and the protons and
Yeah,
neutrons and okay.
So it's
I'm not sure
being
how
flushed
that's an
out.
atom.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm.
you've got this system, right? In here. But it's amplified out, creating our realm. So straight away you have this dual system out here. There's the dual system. The magnetic field comes up like this and goes down like that and goes through the ground negative and back up again. Up,
Pause.
down.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how many times.
Yeah. I mean, magnetic fields don't have a negative and a positive, Lindsay, and they don't go up and down like that through the Earth. It's easily measurable what our magnetic fields do. We can do that with a simple compass or any other kind of instrument that measures magnetic fields. And we know that the magnetic field doesn't go down vertically through the Earth at the equator, Lindsay.
Geez, our compasses would be really screwed up, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah, they would be.
Or we'd have to have a multi-point compass, if that's such a thing.
To negative, back out again. And that's just how it works. But in the beginning, we just had a magnetic field doing nothing. It just sat there.
He's drawn that on his cross section as going up and down through the equator. I suppose that's where it is. But on his other one, it looks like top down. He hasn't drawn it. He's drawn like a middle bit, and then there's a gap. So what's that gap then? Doesn't make
That's
sense.
the
One map doesn't make sense to his other one.
that's the equator, but of course that's the bit where it comes down in the middle.
Yeah,
They've drawn
yeah.
it
That's
too
what I was
far
wondering. Why it was so
apart.
wide.
Well, he calls that the tropic. I think that's supposed to be the tropics. You know, the 23 or whatever.
Mm. Okay. This flat enough's really trolling out there. What is the moon?
He's got his hands on the boobs.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Oh, the little boobs.
The little boobs, yeah.
Or a magnetic flux, whatever. But nothing happens until you get voltage. Voltage is movement.
If
So
he
nothing
moves his
moves
fingers in and out,
until the
we'll
sun
know
is
something's
created.
going on.
And what is the
No,
sun?
voltage
What
is
light?
not
Light
movement,
is
Lindsay.
Oh, I missed that, Paul. Sorry.
Voltage is not movement. Voltage is electric potential. It's not movement, Lindsay. You can accelerate a charged particle in a voltage to get movement, Lindsay, but voltage is not equivalent to movement.
Right. Okay.
Or a magnetic flux, whatever. But nothing happens until
Whatever.
you get voltage.
Yeah,
Voltage
whatever.
is movement.
Whatever.
So nothing moves until the sun is created. And what is the sun? What is light? Light is frequency. It sits there, nothing
No.
happening till it's...
No. Right? I'm sick of these flat earthers and other people, you know, pseudoscientists saying light is frequency, or, you know, the frequencies. You know, a frequency is a characteristic of light. It's not what light is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the characteristics of light. Light can exhibit a frequency, a wavelength, an amplitude. All of those are characteristics of the light. But to say that light is a frequency is nonsense.
It'd be like saying sound is a frequency, wouldn't it? Or
Yeah.
electricity is a frequency.
Yeah, a book is a length.
It's the right resonance.
No, that's birds, isn't it? Birds is a length.
Ah,
The flat Earth are length anyway.
It's all about frequency and the right resonance. And if you want to know all about resonance, there's only one guy on this earth I think has got a brain. And that's Jared Moran. Check out his sites. The double helix
Who?
and Tesla's sea of energy.
Jared Moron, I think he said his name was.
I think that's what I picked up. I heard the more.
That's what I thought he said.
He's not talking about Theo, is he? The what do they call him? Magnetic Festa.
No, I don't think so. Surely
okay.
he'd be. I heard I thought I heard Jaren. I was expecting Jeranism.
No.
He knows what's going on. He thinks outside the stupid education system. I know exactly what he's talking about. Because I never got educated.
Okay.
That's it.
That's pretty
Oh,
dang
all about
obvious, isn't
resonance,
it?
getting the right resonance.
Go back to, like, don't go literally go back, but did he say he thinks outside the stupid education system?
Yeah.
Well, that's what most of us do. Most of us don't think in the stupid education system. We think in the sensible education system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we do technically think outside the school system because we're not at school anymore, are we? So we're outside it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is where we find the magic, the energy, the free energy. It's in the right resonance.
Yeah, magic
third
is free
entity.
energy, yeah.
The Trinity.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning we have Adam and Eve, right?
Did we?
Adam and Eve. Now what does that sound like?
But
them.
I thought he was all into the
no.
Egyptian gods.
In the beginning, there was nothing, Lindsay. You didn't start with Adam and Eve and then create the earth, man. Come on. All that other shit had to come before Adam and Eve came.
Yeah. I think he stuffed up there. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I thought in the beginning it was void and something or other.
Yeah, that's it.
And then God spoke light into existence.
Yeah, you had to put light in it because he couldn't see what he was doing, so he had to have light.
Yeah.
I don't know where the light came from, because light can only be created from matter.
Yeah. No, but he created the light and then he created the light sources afterwards, didn't he?
Mm.
Yeah, but did he create the matter first before he created light? Because if he created matter first, like planets and things like that, how did he see what he was doing? Or did he create light first?
I guess initially at the very, very start of the big whoosh.
Is that the technical term?
Well, I don't want to. I didn't want to call it a bang because it's not an explosion, is it? It didn't explode from anything.
No.
It kind of just expanded very quickly.
Which is the thing of the Big Bang in the first place. Yeah.
Yeah, without a bang. But as it expanded, the initial density was so high that the laws of physics were completely different, and there kind of wasn't light, was there? You couldn't actually.
Yeah, Alan, you know why? Alan, do you know why gravity is a universally attractive force?
I didn't think.
I can hear a joke.
No, I don't.
From Paul here.
No, I don't.
Because God created everything, and He looked at it and He said, "Oh, all of this sucks."
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah,
Because gravity does suck.
Yeah, I was waiting for the punchline.
And leave. We add two opposing forces, you'll get something leaving. Adam and leave. Remember that.
No.
Yeah, but he said you get two opposing forces and something leaves.
Adam and leave.
Yeah.
Does he just not like women, or what?
Uh,
God. Oh my God.
that was so funny. I got to hear it again.
Because in the beginning we have Adam and Eve, right? Adam and Eve. Now what does that sound like? Add them and leave. If we add two opposing forces, you'll get something leaving. Adam and leave. Remember that. This is what's happening. Two opposing forces, you add them and we get this leaving force. It's like a trinity here because you've got the negative to positive, but you've got this coming out of here. But really it's just these two opposing forces, the dual system, and then you have the trinity here. That's just the way it is. Nothing happens until it gets flowing. And that's when you get the voltage, the sun, bang. We got the sun, that started everything flowing. Before the sun, dark, havoc, chaos, primordial deep, whatever. And then the right frequency.
Before the sun, yeah.
Set everything off. And that's what we need. And here's another simple explanation. Well, this is what a black hole looks like. That's all a black hole's doing. See that? You know the heaters.
Helmich said I totally destroyed my face with the face palm.
They look like this these days.
Oh, Death, you missed out on it.
Here. There's the voltage. It's a circle like this, creates a vortex. It's just like magnetism, because magnetism is the same, hot and cold. Magnetic.
What? Did he say hot and cold is magnetism the same? Hot...
Yeah. I didn't know you had hot magnetism and cold magnetism.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Wow.
Is the weather going to be hot or cold tomorrow? Oh, let me just get my compass and find out.
I was going to say, you get the bigger the magnets you get, you can have them next to you to keep warm in winter.
Yeah.
Just put one in your car for air conditioning. The little, certain one, little one. Oh, wrong thing.
Magnetism, because magnetism is the same, hot and cold. The magnetic field needs electricity, electricity needs magnetism.
That doesn't sound right to me. Electricity
Did you
needs
just say,
electricity needs magnetism, and magnetism needs electricity.
Well, I mean, the two are combined in the electromagnetic force. That's why they call it the electromagnetic force.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So they are intimately related in a sense, but not in the sense that Lindsay says.
I know he's wrong, but I'd like you to explain.
Yeah.
So it's basically hot, you could say hot and cold, or electron, proton. So you've got
Electron, proton. What? Electron, proton, hot and cold? I definitely know that that's not right.
No, that's not right. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my.
How can he be allowed? What does he class these videos as? Like entertainment, science? Doesn't it usually say that in his... You know, when you read someone's...
did he really say going where no man has been before?
Yeah, going where no man has been before. To understand more about the tropic convergence zone, you only have to read what the Maya have left us. Their almanac astronomers. Watch this. Twins, they utilise their brains with the happenings of the downforce. All things being equal, they keep the light lit, the sun. They're utilised. What?
It makes no grammatical sense.
I was going to say he's
I mean,
finished. He's finished that bit in exactly the same way he finishes his videos,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
he
Fine.
writes his sentences literally the way his mind works, just
Yeah.
random.
Yeah, it doesn't really say what it's under. Can you actually untick all the boxes for what it could be? Entertainment, whatever. Because it doesn't say here anything. Nondescript.
But this heat, this
I'm sure he's got it tagged as education.
Yeah, I thought it was written on the bottom of your video what it was classed as.
heat here creates its own vortex in the centre here. So this wants to rush back into the centre.
Which, shit, I hate forgetting words. What do you call it? Which view you got something? You got it a certain way, the generic term? When you view something from the side or the top or orthographic or whatever.
Orthographic projection.
Yeah, but isn't there a generic word meaning all of that? Like the question of asking him which ways he got it. I thought there was a certain word.
This is what's happening
I know
here.
what you mean, Terry.
When you're looking at something like
I
his
think-
cross section through his donut, that's a certain view. When you're looking at his donut, that's from top down view. And then when you're looking at other views that he's trying to draw on the board, isn't there a generic term that means what you're drawing something in a view? No
Yeah,
matter which
it's
one.
called a projection.
Yeah, it's a projection.
Right, okay. Well, I don't know what projection he's
That's why we
the one he's doing.
see. We have lots of those that we apply to the surface of a sphere, so that we can then draw useful maps of the surface of the sphere.
No, I'm not
realising,
talking.
of
Yeah,
course,
but I'm
that
not
there is
asking about
distortion.
I'm not asking about a sphere. I'm asking about it in drawing.
Applies to everything, Terry.
Right, okay.
This wants to rush to the centre, and out of the centre comes the opposite force out into the stronger field. It's getting squeezed. So two high pressure zones rushing to the low pressure zone. And this low pressure gets squeezed out and rushes back into the more powerful zone of its opposition.
What?
If he's talking about high and low pressures like we have for weather systems, I know that one goes to the other because that's what causes wind.
But not like this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it'd cause wind then, wouldn't it? There'd be wind all the time. It'd be always windy.
Yeah. The trouble is, he changes. He 1 minute he's talking about something, and then he just says a different word that has no relationship to the words he just said, or at least not in normal conventions.
It's like as if he's thinking of one sentence, but there's another sentence that he's thinking of at the same time, and he mixes up the words for each sentence. He might have a split personality and his voice is talking to him.
All at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time, yeah.
Back into there. This is what's happening here. It rushes into there, and what happens when it goes in there? So it's hot going into this cold vortex, shoots out the other side, spins around, comes back to the heat. This is what it's doing, hot and cold, hot and cold. This is where we need to get our free energy. It's hot and cold, hot and cold. And that's how Earth works. It's based on the hot and cold.
How are you
Cold
going
Arctics.
to tap that energy, hot, cold, if it's going around to hot, then it goes around to cold? That cycle doesn't make sense.
And the heat from the tropics. But you don't get the heat until you get the sun going. So it's all about the resin.
You had to backtrack then for a second, then, because you get the heat from the tropics. Wait a minute. No, you get the heat from the sun. Okay.
Frequency. So in these magnetic fields, we're going to create vortexes, whatever, over unity. You're going to have the right resonance to get things flowing properly and get the over unity, super over unity.
Where's he getting the resonance from?
Well, he does realise, of course, that every time he talks of over unity, physics has debunked that long ago, that no more patents in the patent office are ever considered for any over unity machine, because they know it's all just bullshit.
Yeah.
So as soon as he says the words over unity, you translate that as I'm about to speak bullshit.
Yeah.
So it's like that, and then you turn around, you're back. That's what the black hole is. That black hole is sitting back in here, in the centre of creation. And look, it's basically inverting it.
What, he says there's a black hole in these vortex there, but which way was? Do anyone remember which way the black hole went?
Itself, and it's amplified. It's amplified because this turns into a, well, it basically is. It's a massive trumpet. So you could say like that. It's the sound, but we don't hear all the frequencies, all the sound, do we? We only hear a certain range. But over the last few years, they've heard all these loud noises up north.
Have we?
It's to do with the system.
What loud noises we have heard up north? Citation, please, Lindsay.
Yeah, well, I want to know what these loud noises are too.
Yeah. Yes.
System's changing, and all this noise is being reverberated in this closed system. Although we're stuck down here, I think it's a complete sphere that goes around like that.
Hey, now, Lindsay, if you're saying that there's been sound, you say the sun's been projecting from the central toroidal field that gets projected out, and we're living in a dome that's a seal type system. What happens to sound when it bounces off objects? Where does it go? Or where would it go?
Because you need this area here for that to flow. They're getting all that noise up there. They don't know where it's coming from, but it's coming from out of here.
Coming out of where? just points around there. Coming out around there. Just waves his finger.
Yeah, I mean those black holes are pretty black, but boy, they're loud.
Yeah. It's the loudest black hole I've never heard.
Yeah.
No, it's loudest black hole I've never heard. Yeah, there we go.
Eve. Add them, and then one will leave. It's the Trinity. It's that simple. Or we can go back and say there's an atom, as we know. We've been educated believing in an atom. But think of it like that. Add them and leave. It's the Trinity. What have we got over here?
What have we got over
Earth
there?
is the state of inertia.
More crap.
At the centre of a moving magnetic field. Earth is not moving. The field is moving around it. We are in the dielectric field that will always fall back to the state of inertia, just as you would fall back into a black hole. So we've got the moving magnetic field.
How do you fall back into a state of inertia?
Yeah, and I want to know what this dielectric field is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of electric fields and I've heard of magnetic fields, but what the effing hell is a dielectric field?
Yeah.
I thought you had a dielectric, was a type of substance, a dielectric.
right? But a
Yeah.
dielectric field,
lots and lots of substances are dielectric, aren't they?
yeah,
Of course, including free space and our atmosphere,
yeah,
and all sorts of things, and all sorts of non-conductive things.
I was
yeah.
just
That's
going to
right.
say,
Pretty much.
what's that stuff they put under on computers for your fan?
Pretty much anything that's not conductive is in fact some sort of dielectric.
Yeah,
All hail the magnetic black hole vortex.
Vortex.
Okay, John.
yeah.
Around us. Earth, state of inertia. Nothing going on. It's like the neutral between the negative and the positive in a magnet. It's
What?
inertia.
No,
Where?
no.
How can you put
Magnets don't have a negative, a positive, or a neutral, Lindsay.
Yeah. And the biggest problem is with this guy, you can't type nothing into his chat because he just disregards it and gives you ad homs and whatevers. He won't go onto anyone else's channel and back up his claims or whatever. He doesn't like being questioned. So what's the point of him doing YouTube videos if he's not leaving himself open to scrutiny or questioning or whatever? Is he just doing it for the fun of it, or got no reason? He doesn't have any reason.
It's created from the centre. Because there's nothing happening at the centre of a flipping black hole. All the action is
what?
around the...
You see, there's nothing happening in the same freaking black hole.
Yeah, you're saying frickin' flippin', floppin', whatever. He's getting a bit emotional there, Lindsay.
Yeah, I thought he used
Calm down, Lindsay, calm down. Take your medication.
The horizon, the perimeter. That's where the sun was created. Because that's the two forces. That's the convergence and divergence. Convergence and divergence. All the action inside a magnet. If you don't know about that, you should do, because... What's the name? Wheeler.
What's the name? Wheeler.
He knows all about it.
Ken Wheeler.
In the
Ken
flux,
Wheeler.
that's in it there. All the actions in the centre. You know, around the perimeter.
That
here.
bloke.
But in the centre of the
That
black
magnetic
hole,
vesta.
it's nothing. It's neutral. It's inertia. This is what we got on the Earth. Because it's all amplified out. So everything up above here,
No name's saying preacher's got to preach. I don't really classify him as a preacher. Because he...
has its own centre of mass. Earth is not the centre of mass. This is the centre of mass. And your centre of mass will always fall back to the state of inertia, like falling back into the black hole.
The mass. Where? Our in our atmosphere is the mass. I know we got mass in the atmosphere, yes, but what, all the masses in the atmosphere? Not... Is that what he said?
Here has its own centre of mass. Earth is not the centre of mass.
Yeah. He's saying the Earth's not the centre of mass.
This is the centre of mass. And your centre of mass will always fall back to the state of inertia, like falling back into the black hole. So in the black hole, everything's pressurised out with what do you call it?
I did.
Centrifugal force.
I didn't quite actually
What's the
swear.
opposite to that?
Technically.
Inverted. Pushed back in. Falling back to Earth. Into the black hole. State of inertia. We all are the centre of the mass. Easy to explain,
Well,
really.
what's below us then? It must.
Yeah.
What type of
I don't
mass
think
have
he
we
really
got?
understands I don't think he really understands what the concept of centre of mass is all about.
Yeah.
Too easy, really. If you're hanging off here,
What?
You're hanging off here,
What's he doing, a hangman?
and you have your parachute there. What's going to happen? If Earth was the centre of mass, why wouldn't you fall down equal? No, that'll flip back up and you
What?
are the centre of mass.
Did anyone understand what he just drew? I
No,
couldn't.
no idea.
What? He said, well, there's a parachute there, and the person, I suppose, is over there. I don't know what that line was supposed to be that he drew out from the... Ah,
It's a comical way of doing it, but
comical
That's it.
way. What?
in reality, state of inertia at the centre of the moving magnetic field. Everything is moving around us. That's the magnetic field moving. Life is created when everything moves. And this is where free energy comes into it. It's the movement. It's the movement. And it's
Oh,
almost
here's
the
his
magnetic fields.
styrofoam
You've got a
model.
magnetic field, a magnetic field coming together. Add them together, we get something leaving. Adam and Eve leaves. What can't we get about
I've
that?
never seen that before.
Look at it. See how
Oh,
it
you
works?
haven't... Oh, you missed out.
Yeah.
That's it there. Comes
You haven't
back to
been, you haven't been keeping up with the Lindsay Derper on here, Paul.
No, I haven't.
the,
Sorry.
in the centre here. And then it's projected out. And what have we got? We've got two systems. Two systems. This is just so... That's just self-explanatory now. You can't not get it.
I was
You
going to
just have to
finish this
realise that
sentence
nothing's
off
physical in
for
this world. It's all in our head. Those five senses tell us things are physical. We boil back to like this, and this place here is the centre of your brain. It's where you dream. You can see images, you do things in your dream, but you're not physically there doing it. Nothing's physical, but it's all there. You can imagine it and think it's real. Some of you might remember being young, a young guy, going up to the toilet and leaning there and, now, are you really awake? Are you really awake? And let it go. And then I was, oh shit, I'm not awake, I'm dreaming. Did that a couple of times.
Oh, no.
I was about 6, 7.
I think that's a little bit
so-
too
so
much personal information.
Yeah, too much info, Lindsay. We
Yes,
didn't know you were
exactly.
a big until now.
Yes, exactly, Lindsay.
That's how strong the mind is. And that's basically what we are. We're just one big dream. Father and son. What's the creator? The creator is the father. The black hole is the creator. And what's the black hole got in it? It's got the son. Father and son. Father and son and the Holy Spirit.
just pause for a moment.
I
there.
did. I did.
How does that work? If the black hole contains the sun, how do we see the sun? Because isn't the definition of a black hole such that it doesn't emit any light?
That's it.
I mean, let's just overlook that fact, Lindsay.
Hey! Don't let a good story be ruined by facts.
By actual facts.
Yeah.
What comes out of here? Magic.
Yeah, magic.
We're here, aren't we? We've come out of the black hole.
Well, I don't know
We
where
are
you've
the-
come out of, Lindsay.
The magic, the third entity. And that's why...
Wherever you've come
that's
out
where
of,
the
Lindsay,
magic
I
is
think
in
you
the
need to
human
go
brain,
back.
The conscious state.
I don't think his mum would let him.
I think you better go back in, Lindsay, and be cooked for another couple of years. You can't. I think you're a bit underdone.
It's like getting the right
Yeah.
frequency here, resonance. You have to get in the right resonance up here to move on, for enlightenment. So you wake up your son. Because our pineal gland is our son, the son of man. That's the son of earth. It works the same thing, works the same way. We have a pineal gland that we have to wake up. And with vaccines, it will fry it. Just like
Oh, don't
fluoride
bring
will
that
fry
into
it. But don't be too afraid of fluoride. Just don't drink the stuff or eat it. It's not good for you.
Well, you don't have it like a bloody breakfast cereal, you dropkick.
You know, scrubbing your teeth all your life with fluoride toothpaste is fine. You'll still wake up, as long as you're spitting the stuff out. So don't worry about that. And on that note, health note, I did an experiment with the magnet and iron sand. And I put them under
Iron sand? He means iron filings.
water to slow it down so I could film it. Put them into oil, sorry. And it was sunflower oil. And then I tried to wash it all off. I could clean up the magnet, but I could not get the oil off the iron sand no matter what I did. Boiling water, cold water, really soapy water, everything. It could not get the oil off the sand. So you want to think twice when you fry food and we ingest it. We have iron in our blood. Just remember that.
What?
The percentage of iron in our blood goes to how many decimal places? I know it goes to several.
And he's not. Surely he's not insinuating that our blood is going to be coated in oil because. Oh no!
Yeah. The minuteness of the minerals in our bodies at several decimal places.
Another one?
Yeah.
Can't think of it off the top of my head. So anyway, so getting in the conscious state, this is what you bring all the religions together. Hinduism and all that, and the meditation. It's all about meditation. The right frequency, the right sounds, the vibration, that cures you, that your natural body can cure yourself easily with sound. But it's getting into that spot.
Isn't that bringing back into that woo the crystals and all that too back in the day? That's the sort of track he was going down.
The right resonance, and you will just boom.
Yeah.
And this is your eternal life. This is the goal in this world, is to wake that thing up. And once it's awake, you have eternal life. You'll die physically, but you're not going to recycle and go through the whole BS again. You'll come back to the same shithole. It won't be any better. It'll be worse, and you've got to go through it again. But once this thing's woken up, you have choices. You move on. That's a bit deep, but that's the truth. And if you're a real ignoramus, you'll come back as a dumb fish, because that's what you deserve, just a nothing but a dumb fish. So you've got to wake up, face reality, open your mind, because opening your mind gets you close to this. And one day when
I still never get that terminology understood, opening your mind, like the actual practice of it. I can't even imagine.
Lindsay opened his mind and everything leaked out.
Is that what happened?
the stars align, because it's all about the planets, everything up there aligning, sets this thing off, because it's about magnetic fields. It's the full moon. Well, this only had once in a blue moon. This is the ultimate awakening. Full moon, full magnetic field of the moon, the full Earth's magnetic field at the equinox, and the full time of that magnetic field on Earth is 3:30 in the morning. So if you get a full moon at 3:33 in the morning at the equinox, and your stars have aligned, bang, you become a Jesus Christ, because you are nameless. The name of the man would be named Jesus, any name, could be anyone, any name, but the Christ is the occurrence, it's the event. That's when the center of your brain wakes up, and you'll know. That's how it works.
Know what?
I'll leave it at that, get going a bit deep at the moment.
Oop. Okay, no, not a preacher, hey? Well, it's a definition of preaching. There we are. We'll get rid of Lindsay for now. Well, I hope you've learnt something. Or nothing. Either way. What's this? Open your mind. Makes you buy Grateful Dead albums. Okay, Stewie. There you go. That's an example. 70s hippie LSD, yeah. Yeah, but is your mind open after you have the LSD or before? Alright. Where were we? Now, we've either got a couple of videos to play. Simon Dan's Flat Earth Friday. I think they're Flat Earth Fridays. One. And Mr. Sensible did a video on biggest YouTube scam ever, £100,000 force the line. So I'm not sure what that was actually all about. It's only fairly new. Yeah, it's only a new one, new video.
Yeah, it's all about the force the line experiment, which they're doing fundraising for. They want to raise £100,000 to build a friggin' wall to force the line. It's never going to work. The experiment is doomed to fail right from the outset. So they're literally opening themselves up for fraud allegations. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe they require an angle on a piece, or a change in angle on the piece of wood that results in them needing to make a measurement that is 79 nanometers.
So is Mr. Sensible?
Which is the wavelength of ultraviolet light.
So is this Mr. Sensible's video? I'd have to watch the video because I got no idea in what context this is all about or what it's all about. Yeah. Well, we'll watch that and then we might do. We'll watch this and then we might do a little couple of questions or something, and then what have I got else? I've got. Oh, I've got a Wally there as well. What's Wally do? Level Earth Observer. Just plain fails to flatten anything. Okay. Oh, that's Wally. Okay. Well, we'll get this out of the way. So something a bit more reasonable. Get our brain away from Lindsay, that's for sure. Why is it the more time I watch Lindsay, the more I'm finding things wrong? Maybe you need to get drunk to get the full benefit. I learnt that I'm on the other side of the IQ bell curve. Okay. Oh, I've got some elevator music playing while I'm waiting to do this.
Oh, can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear it.
I was trying to be really quiet.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to think of a tune you could play that's not as boring as elevator music, I suppose, but that'd suit those silent gaps in between getting a video ready or something.
I've been learning Chopin's Raindrop Prelude. That's my latest project.
Or, do you want to have a quick go at it for a couple of minutes?
Oh, good, I suppose.
Yeah, give us your best shot.
Just tell me when to stop.
Well, I'm going to make a quick cuppa, so that's how long you got.
All right.
Terry, did you see the message I stuck in the inside chat?
Did I see the message you stuck in inside chat? Oh, yeah. I didn't hear it on your end.
You can talk while this is playing.
Well, I'm making a coffee, so I don't want to have the jug going through. But then again, might all drown out if I stand here. That's interesting. Okay. So why didn't I hear the thing, Alan?
Because I turned it off quick.
Oh, okay. It's weird how it didn't come through for me to hear it.
Bit awkward, though. It was right next to my microphone.
Any questions or queries or comments in the peanut gallery, Alan? Not necessarily in that order.
I do have a media dirt presentation of inappropriate children's books if you want to, Terry.
Okay then.
Just give us a yell when you're ready to proceed so I can stop.
Well, there was no way I was going to say stop while you were playing that chord back then.
Why?
Well, it
I
was
can hear you.
I said I did. Yeah, well, it sounded a bit more better. The chord had started to get a bit louder and stronger, and
Like this.
yeah. You know, I'm letting you play the whole piece to see if you've learnt the whole lot now.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, okay.
Nearly done. Nearly done. Nearly done.
Oh, round of applause.
There you go.
Oh, you've done well.
That's Chopin's Raindrop Prelude for you.
Wow. That's not bad, that one.
Yeah.
And you didn't know I was going to let you play it
Bit
right
different.
through, did you?
No. Put the pressure on.
Yeah, it did. I was hoping you'd go right through. You went through, what do you call it, the chords for each
Yeah.
thing? Yeah, you done well. How long did you learn to play that one? Get that one right?
Couple of days ago.
Okay. That's good. Wow. I'm nearly there. I'm not quite. Do you want to do yours thing while because I'm going to be at least another 1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You want me
Well,
to?
better stop sharing then. They've probably
You
seen.
stop sharing, and then
Yeah,
I'll go through this.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing Mr. Sensible's ugly mug for a minute. There we go. And I've got it set
There
up
you go.
so you can go full screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All done. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the whole screen to yourself.
Okay. All right. So this only took me about 10 minutes to find. So I've been doing it while you've been having the stream. So here you go. Inappropriate children's books. This is what modern day children's books should be like, hey? So here we go. Never trust a pig. Buddy's big surprise. And if you have a look, he's getting down the prunes bottle. Coronavirus etiquette. Hi, F off. Why mummy poisoned you? Our son is an idiot. Now this is a book every flat Earth parent should own. Hey.
Yes, definitely. Next time we're talking to a flirt, I say, "Is this a book your parents used to read you as a child?"
Yeah. Dead whales can't wave back, and the Japanese are to blame.
Ooh,
Ooh. Yeah. Taco Bell destroyed my anus.
Oops, I had to change my headphone batteries.
Eyes on the prize. Boys Camp Adventure.
I was going to comment on the whale one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they take a tiny sample and say yes. Oh, but we need the rest of it.
Let's kill all these whales to find out why they're dying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Goodbye, testicles. Mummy and the Milkman. A Who's Your Daddy book.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah. Taking Dad to rehab.
I heard the little boys looking over. Oh, look, Daddy, there's your home.
Yeah. Lead paint, delicious and deadly.
But deadly.
Yeah. Yeah. Flowers are very pretty, but we'd make more money growing pot. Yeah. I had a bunch of flowers delivered to my door on Monday. I got home from work and there was a big bunch of flowers at my door saying to Roxanne.
Roxanne?
My name's not Roxanne. Roxanne. Yeah.
Hello, Roxanne.
Hey,
Roxanne.
It turned out that the people who'd ordered the flowers gave the wrong address. And that apparently Roxanne lives in number 7 in my street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next book, Roxanne.
Yeah, this was a shit idea. Look at all this dry shit. I'm going to die here. I named it after you, honey.
Fanny.
Elmo Experiments. That's an unfortunate cover.
Yeah. Okay.
Why so lonely, cutie? I came here to fart. And Alan's seen this one before.
Yeah.
The Ladybird easy reading book, The Sailor and His Love for Seamen. Dick and Jane, How to Tell Your Family You Are Gay.
That's an actual book series, isn't it, Dick and Jane? I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. I love the family with their hands over their ears. They don't want to hear. Yeah. Mum, did you want a daughter or a son? I wanted a back rub.
Okay.
I wrecked your toilet. And the fine print, if you can't read it, it says, just don't go, it says, just wait a few minutes before you go in there, okay? Seriously. I'm not kidding.
Spanky McFarland.
Yeah. Little Murray's drunk again. Yeah. Peeping Tommy goes cougar hunting. Let's find out what's in your pants and other fun games. Dick gets his first boner. Billy sticks his finger in Susan's clam. The Secret of the Old MILF. You know what that's supposed to be, The Secret of the Old Mill. Yeah. Yeah. Death by Dad Parts. Yeah.
Can we wind the window down, Daddy?
Yeah. Franklin goes to Ukraine.
Oh, he's got protection.
He does. Yeah. Can you still breathe, Grandma? I reckon I saved the best one for last. I thought that one was great.
Just knock twice if you can't breathe.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Oh, good one.
Now you're ready for Mr. Sensible, hey?
Paul, did you catch Wanstead's messages in the side chat?
Oh, I was too busy.
No.
I've rigged the piano. When he plays the F sharp, it blows up.
Oh, okay.
It was an octave too high.
Des said these are from her collection of books. I don't think they're actual books, some of them.
I think they could be from
They should be.
book collection. Terry,
Okay.
I think they could definitely be from Pip's book collection, couldn't they? Come
Yeah,
on.
they could.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's too much information. There we go. Where are we? What am I missing? Oh, I forgot to do that first, sorry. that. Only got 12 watching. The 12 thumbs up. I've got 7.
I don't know. I did mine earlier.
Uh,
Remember, it doesn't update very quickly,
no.
if at all.
No. Right, so we want him. We want him. And we want him. Yeah, all my subscribers have all disappeared because they don't know what happened to me. Right, students, who's going? I heard somebody say they're going.
No name.
Oh, okay, okay to drive home. And girls. And
But it'll be
helicopter.
lurking.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
This is Brian Mullin. Several years ago he came up with an idea that now possibly is being used to bait the biggest YouTube scam we've ever seen. I want to be clear right now at the start of this video that I do not believe that Brian has done anything wrong at all. I believe that Brian was an engineer and a flat earther to boot, and he came up with this experiment idea a few years back. The idea is to try and finally prove the shape of the earth, flat or spherical. I want to also make clear that this video is not about flat earth versus globe earth, but a potential con that is happening right now. So to understand this, it is important to understand what Brian's experiment is, and I think the best way to know that is to let him briefly talk about it. Go ahead, Brian.
So this is force the line. Here's my idea. What we do is we need 2 miles of relatively flat land. We set posts over a 2-mile stretch of land. What I've got here are my posts, okay? 10 feet on center. And then between the very first 2 posts, we construct a beam between the 2 and level that beam. And then we do the same thing all the way to the end. We level each one of these beams all the way for 2 miles. So
The first bit I noticed when he said there was we level each one of these beams, not we level the first beam to the second beam.
No, that's right. That's the whole idea. That's what he's saying, Terry. You've got it right. For that first row, he wants to level each beam. So each 10-foot beam or whatever it is going to be level. All right. So you'll hear him say it should follow the curvature of the Earth then, right?
Yeah, but how's he testing for that?
No, he's just literally using a spirit level to level each beam, and so you would expect if the Earth's a globe and like it is as we think it is, as we know it is, that would result in each beam being parallel to the or perpendicular to the vertical at that location, which means that those beams as a total would follow the curvature of the Earth, right?
Right. Okay.
over 2 miles, those beams will actually follow the curve. They have to. This very first beam we construct right here is perfectly parallel, or as close as we can get to perfectly parallel to this beam. It's leveled too. We level that beam, okay? But then for all of the rest of the beams on the forced line, as I'm calling it, we use a connection here. It forces this beam, it forces a right angle connection to the first beam, okay? So
Okay, so he's going to transfer that lower rail into the next one, and then into the next one, to the next one, and eventually, because it's a curve, it won't go through all the way through. That's where I'm saying.
What do you mean won't go? What do you mean when you say won't go all the way through?
Well, if you're putting the lower rail with actual brackets attached to the uprights at each
Yeah,
post all the way along, by the time he takes that, if he's going to slide these out of that one and into the next set of posts, because there is a curve, after a certain distance, it won't go through because it'll be going straight.
what do you mean by the words "it won't go through"?
It won't follow the bracket. If the brackets are attached to the ground for the curvature on a curve, and you've got a straight bit of wood, it's only just going to, the vector is going to be straight for that piece of wood. It won't follow the
Yeah,
curve.
that's right. That's what the idea is. The
Mm.
idea is to make that bottom rail completely straight,
Yeah.
so not following the curve. So make it actually straight in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difficulty of the whole problem, is
Yeah.
that how do you make that bottom row straight? It's not as easy as you think.
No, it
Yeah.
definitely is.
So, say,
And you'd have to have a piece of wood, at least half a mile long, or how many miles is this one overall again? 6 mile or something?
No, 2 miles.
2 miles, sorry. Well, you'd have to have it a several 100-foot long piece of wood sliding through each one to actually detect that it's not going to slide all the way through. A short piece wouldn't be useless.
Well, the idea is to have the 10-foot. The idea is to have the 10-foot pieces, Terry, and make sure that that first 10-foot piece is level, right, like the top part of the rail.
Yeah.
But then the next piece, instead of using the spirit level to level it, what you do is you make it level with the first piece. So you somehow continue that first piece along so that it's completely level with the first piece. All right. Now that's the challenging part. How do you do that? You know, you need to make sure that the ends are perfectly at right angles to the flat surface along the top of the piece of wood on both ends of those pieces, so that when you butt those ends up, that it continues along the straight line, right?
Mm.
Because the other way of doing it would be to have another piece of wood that's perfectly flat, all right, that's twice the 10-foot. In other words, that's 20-foot long.
Yeah.
And lay that across, and then line that second piece up so that it butts up against the top of the underneath of the piece on top. You know, continue that straight line through. But there's all sorts of issues involved with that, like flexing of the pieces, you know, like sagging. And when you find out that you've got to have that perfectly flat to within, like Alan said, about 70 nanometers, that's pretty flat. You know, people pay, like I've worked in a physics lab, right, where we've done used optical flats.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to get an optical flat about 1 foot in diameter, that's perfectly flat within a wavelength of light, or a tenth of a wavelength of light, you're looking at thousands of dollars to get that kind of a flatness in just a 1 foot piece of glass. So you're not going to be able to achieve that with something like a piece of wood that's flexible and will expand and contract according to what temperature's on it, and with moisture content. And, you know, like, just think, if you are building this wall out in the open, or this line out in the open, you're going to have sun shining on it. Now, the sun's going to shine on the top of the wood, but not on the bottom of the piece of wood. What's that going to do? It's going to expand the top of the wood and make it curve downwards. You're going to have moisture problems, all sorts of issues, which are going to make the wood flex and change, and you're not going to be able to get it perfectly flat.
So basically, this experiment, in theory, on paper, can be shown, but not in practical.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of experiments that theoretically it's a viable experiment, but in reality, because of the limitations of what we can do engineering wise, it's not practical at all.
Our first beam is level. Okay, it's leveled out. The next beam that comes in, we use precision machine work, or like a CNC machine or something similar, to create a connection that forces a right angle connection. Now, if the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over 2 miles, we should see from this point to this point a drop of roughly 32 inches. You can draw this in AutoCAD and prove it. Okay? So, we go all the way down to the end. And this last post, we should have 32 inches between these two lines. Okay? Because over here we started at 64 to give ourselves ample space. And at the end, there should be 32 inches.
What an absolutely beautifully simple idea and mathematically sound. So over a 2-mile stretch, you've got a row of posts around 10 foot apart, and across the top of them you have post rails, each of which is levelled. And so, if the Earth is curved, they will naturally follow the curve. If the Earth is straight, they will remain straight. Below that you fasten a second rail, also starts off level and parallel to the top rail. However, you continue that line forced to remain straight. So if the Earth is flat, the two rails will remain parallel. If the Earth is curved, the forced line should appear to approach the top rail. Excellent.
Simple.
Yeah.
The catch. The catch is, it's not going to work. So we've got a 2-mile length, which is 3,218 metres. Each beam is about 10 foot long, 3.04 metres, giving you 1,058 beams. Now if each of those beams was 1 millimetre out over its length, that gives you a total potential error of 105.8 centimetres. That's 41.8 inches. You were looking for 32. Your error bar, in this case, is greater than the expected result.
Yeah.
So immediately you could see you couldn't use a material such as wood because it's going to expand and contract, warp and twist just with the weather. You're going to have to use steel or something.
The
other problem is
steel.
you need to get each connection absolutely perfect. What you cannot have is any bend at all. Any misalignment in those joints, again, screws up the whole result. George Natiuk did some calculations on this a couple of years ago.
Just like we had here, G is angle theta swept out by the arm here, which it happens to be the thickness of these rail members. Just substituting in theta, we get G is equal to L over radius of the Earth times the thickness of the rail member. L is 0.1 meters. That's 10 centimeters. That's our tall. I'm sorry. That's our tall. Our L is 4.88 meters, and we divide by 6,371 times 10 to the third meters. Well, that works out to, G comes out in meters. This is in meters. So our G works out to 76.6 nanometers. Okay, that's 10 to the minus 9th meters. That's less than the wavelength of light, green light.
That's less than the wavelength of light, green light.
The wavelength of green light that we see is 532 nanometers. So this is less than a wavelength of green light by a factor of 7. Or we could put this in terms of angstroms. This is 766
Could you stop
angstrom.
a second, Terry? That 76 nanometers is actually the wavelength of ultraviolet light, and at the very far end of ultraviolet light, almost getting towards X-rays.
Yeah.
But what I can't understand what he's working out here for the overall point he's making.
The beam for the beam, as the beam goes round, I think he's working on a 16-foot beam, which is a 4.88 meter beam. Okay, given the thickness of the beam, i.e. the distance from top to bottom of it, yeah, the angle you've got to make them apart as they go round for it to follow the curve, the gap at the top is 76 nanometers. That's really, really tiny.
And even with that tolerance, even with your using just a plain old spirit level, you could be out. You could be out even there.
It's not the bit about using the spirit level. It's about how accurately you can machine the end to be perfectly perpendicular to the top surface. Okay, that if you're out by at one edge of that perpendicular face at the end of the beam, if you're out on one edge of that by 70 odd nanometers, you've fucked up your whole experiment, basically.
Is he talking about he's talking about the bottom beam, not so much the top one?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
I thought he was talking about the one that curves, so you've got to put a slight angle on the end so that they all go round following the...
No, that's just with the spirit level, 90 degrees to the surface.
Yeah, you're right, Alan. And he's talking about the angle. What he's talking about is the gap in the top of the
top
beam.
Of the rail.
Right, the top of the rail. Yeah. So in essence, is what he's saying is that if your misalignment in your bottom rails is of that order of magnitude or more, then what's the point in doing the experiment? Because you're basically making a curve out of the thing anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that top one that's supposed to curve around, it's got to have an accuracy so small you can't see it.
Yeah.
You'd kind of have to measure it with, I don't know, maybe an electron microscope.
So really the top rail, as long as it's fairly level all the way along each section, but the bottom, it's the bottom rail, if it's not perfectly straight, with these tolerances that give you the errors,
Terry, both need those tolerances.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't want that. You don't want any. You don't want any misalignment for the bottom rail. That's where the experiment fails.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's impossible to do because you can't actually. You can't actually manufacture any of this with the required tolerances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even with his top rail, how does he know it's exactly going to be horizontal to the plane, to the 90 degrees? Even with just a spirit level, you'd be out.
Well, essentially, we already have a big force the line experiment anyway. It's called LIGO. Because if you shoot a laser beam down a vacuum, that laser beam won't refract, and so it won't bend. And so you could make a level line, a straight line, not a level line, a straight line by doing that. But you've still got issues of beam divergence and stuff like that, which will affect it anyway.
Yeah, typical, like Bev's water
Yeah.
level one.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of experiments that the cost and impossibility of doing the experiment far outweighs the purpose for which it's designed. There are much simpler and much easier and much more accurate ways of actually verifying that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I do like the fact that LIGO does essentially is as close as we can probably get to doing this correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
And,
I mean, for £100,000, they would be better off designing a rocket to go up and take a picture. That would be more conclusive than the force the line experiment.
For that amount of money, couldn't you get a one person up in a rocket and take a camera with them?
No.
No.
You could make a CubeSat. You could make a CubeSat with a camera on board to take a picture of the Earth in orbit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah,
because a small CubeSat will probably come within the cost there of your for the launch.
Mr. Sensible's Mage experiment, was the height of what he got his balloon up to fairly high, or has it been higher with people doing the balloon experiment with the GoPro on it and all that?
He got fairly high, but even there, you're still going to need some pretty good luck and some pretty good optics and that to accurately measure the curve. You can demonstrate that there's a curve fairly easily by doing such an experiment as Mr. Sensible did. But you can see already from the reaction of the flat Earth community that they don't really take that with any sort of seriousness anyway. So, yeah.
Okay. So we're always going to go back to square one to try to convince these flurfers, unless we can actually physically get them up in a rocket and into outer space to say, here, look, hold their head against the window and go, look, what's that big blue ball out the window?
For £100,000, a whole group of them could go for an expedition down to Antarctica and observe the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They could easily do that for £100,000. A whole group of them.
Oh yeah.
You know, and take astronomical measurements of the stars, and they'd be wondering where the hell Polaris is.
Yeah, where's Polaris?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be over there.
I mean, these kind of observations are far less expensive to do, and far more convincing, I think, anyway.
But isn't doing the stick in the ground one too with the sun shadow, even an experiment that shows the curvature? That they still deny that one too, I suppose.
I mean, literally what they do is deny the existence of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? They deny it because they said no one has 24-hour uncut footage of it, and it's all CGI.
And yet
well,
we show them. We show them that 24-hour sun one that I've got. They don't. Yeah.
Nothing will suffice other than for them to literally go there and observe it. And you know what would happen? Say if 10 of them went there and observed it. Yes, those 10 would realise that there is 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but they would have absolutely no luck whatsoever in convincing all the rest of the flat earthers that what they saw was legitimate, because the rest of those flat earthers haven't been there themselves.
It'd be a continual circle, that would.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd also like them to explain how you get 24-hour sun at the North Pole during the summer when we get darkness here in the UK.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But there's heaps of things that they could do for £100,000 that would be much more effective than this stupid experiment.
Oh, now I can see where George is coming from now with this. What he's doing.
Yeah.
An angstrom is 10 to the minus 10th meters. This is basically the diameter of one atom. So we're talking that the tolerance on the gap here has to be better than 766 atoms across.
Thanks, George.
Wow.
So basically, we're talking over 1,000 connections, each of which has to be more accurate or to within a tolerance of 76 atoms.
The ultimate experiment.
John Rapp said you can buy about 5,000 spirit levels for 100k.
To practically prove
That's
the
a
shape of the
lot of spirit. That's an expensive spirit level, isn't it?
I don't know, what's that calculation? 5,000 spirit levels for 100,000? 5,000.
No, that's only about $20 each.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
would be a fixed, permanent, tangible construction demonstrating empirically, in perpetuity, the truth for all to test.
So spirit level is not an accurate tool for leveling something. It's got you can stick pieces of paper under each end of a bit of a spirit level and it wouldn't make any difference.
Yeah, that's right.
Professional structural engineer and outspoken globe skeptic Brian Mullen has invented and outlined just such a structure in his Force the Line project.
Brian Mullen started pushing and organizing the Force the Line test, which was a similar water-based test to prove the lack of curvature.
So, I'm going to post
No!
the link.
No!
Faces, put one up.
Oh,
No!
It's called Force the Line.
No!
It's
No!
very similar to what I'm proposing, and it would work just the same. Again, we're just dealing with square reference.
Force the Line is an idea for a 2-mile-long construction project that would give us measurable proof as to whether we live on a spherical or level Earth. The idea was originally put forward a few years ago by engineer Brian Mullen in a series of videos on his YouTube channel called Balls Out Physics.
And the reason he's saying this, he's making excuses because he doesn't want to get involved in Force the Line, which is a mechanical measurement proving scientifically the globe is nonsense.
I like desperate answer. He probably just needs a new fence. So,
yeah, exactly.
That's one way of getting a new fence. Can we do an experiment? I want to do an experiment. I need a new fence though.
So what better way to interest your marks than a little bit of conspiracy?
This is when he was personally attacked and threatened with his career.
However, not long after putting forward this idea, his YouTube channel was closed down. It's understood he was given an ultimatum to stop investigating Flat Earth publicly, otherwise it would jeopardize his career.
Oh, that's a conspiracy.
So we have the proposal, an experiment that couldn't possibly work. We got a whole bunch of people pushing the idea. And we've got a little bit of conspiracy in there, just to spice things up. Now, we need the money. Step in, GoFundMe. And here we are, Force the Line. It's using the old Brian Mullen's video to describe the experiment. They're asking for £100,000. You heard me right, £100,000. And in fact, in just a few days, they've already raised 3,860. There's a bit of a backstory. Humans have been debating for centuries whether our world is spherical or flat and level. YouTube has recently rekindled the debate, yada yada yada. I propose we force the line. Oh look, a little bit more conspiracy. An engineer named Brian Mullen proposed this idea 5 years ago. He mysteriously disappeared shortly afterwards and hasn't been heard of since. Now they're looking for 100,000 already raised.
I believe Brian is a chartered civil engineer, and yeah, they were looking at it. They were looking at his activities as grounds for removing his chartered engineer status, because he was basically certifying bridges and stuff as being safe. And saying this sort of stuff is not really compatible with that job, is it?
No, it wouldn't be.
So I believe he was basically told, you know, you can't keep saying this stuff publicly and carry on in this career.
Yeah, so he had a choice, either be a flatty or keep his job.
Yeah. So I believe he went with the keeping his job option.
Yes, I think that would have been the most logical thing to do. If he'd have kept being a flatty, we'd know he'd be knocked right in the head.
Raised 3,860. Let's just have a look at some of those donations. Lots of donations, some of them as high as £100, 50, 100. And I saw that the largest one to date is £500. This isn't pin money. This is money that could really affect people. And if this wasn't enough, not only have we got Force the Line, organised by this chap Chris Watson, more in a while, we've also got Copycats. Force the Line in conjunction with Chris Watson. Attention, this is an unverified copy of Chris Watson's Force the Line. $50,000. So we've got other people asking for money who aren't even directly involved in this experiment.
Wow.
Now this Force the Line experiment is being run by Chris Watson, also known as Flatty McFlatface. Now I hadn't heard of him before, but he has apparently been around for a couple of years. Now recently, Phuket Word did an interview with him all about the Force the Line experiment, and they were talking about how it would all work. Now I will give credit to Nick, because he did ask a couple of very interesting questions.
Okay, brilliant. I mean, yeah, obviously you've set the target at 100,000. What's that based on, really?
Well, it was probably to motivate more because I thought about putting 500,000 down.
You heard that right. He was thinking of asking for £500,000. And this figure of 100,000, it hasn't been calculated from costs of materials and construction engineers and so on. It's just a figure he's picked to motivate people, as £500,000 probably would be too much.
So how? I mean, you've got to be asked. Playing devil's advocate, really. How is what assurances are there that this money will go directly to that?
Well, that's a good question. I'm kind of old-fashioned. I still believe that a handshake is a contract,
right?
And I still believe that your word is your bond.
I'm kind of old-fashioned. I still believe that a handshake is a contract, right? And I still believe that your word is your bond.
Yeah.
And without it, what are we? So that's all I can really say. The whole process will be documented. Dell wants it to be completely public.
Yeah.
There's everything will be put in front of everybody.
Right.
I'll update people with screenshots, and people can see the GoFundMe anyway. They can see how much is in there.
Right.
And I'd even be prepared to, if everything gets worked out with the GoFundMe, and if they do start transferring the money to my account, I'll just take snapshots of my account to show that the money's in there and building up. So as the GoFundMe balance kind of does that, my account would do that.
That's right.
But I've got a couple of savings accounts that I can put the money in, and I'll get a little bit of interest on them.
So what do you think? Is this a scam?
Just stop a second.
Some kind of...
Sorry. I just give, as Paul said about LIGO, I reckon that they could probably do it on about $500 million US, because they're only going to have to build one half of the system, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only going to have to build one arm. They're not going to have to build both legs of LIGO. So, yeah, $500 million, maybe a little bit less.
Shout out to Carl. He's a bit late. Where's your late note, Carl? Well, that's getting a bit harsh, Stewie.
Con? I don't know. But we're talking about a GoFundMe for £100,000.
John said, I have a very unique opera house for sale in Sydney. Shake my hand and it's yours for a song.
The monies from which will get transferred into some guy's account. But you can trust him because his word is his bond. Now I know that a whole load of flat earthers are going to say that I'm just saying all this just to get the experiment shut down, to hide the truth. But hey, if it was possible and you guys were going to pay for it, I would be happy because I know that it would show the curve of the earth. No, the reason I'm doing this video is nothing to do with whether the earth is flat or round. It's to do with trying to protect people. There already are numerous people who have donated £100 and at least one has donated 500, all for an experiment that couldn't possibly work, whatever the outcome. So if you are a flat earther, or indeed anyone who's considering contributing to this particular project, I suggest you don't. Stay a flat earther, but keep your money. Finally, let's just assume for the moment that Flatty McFlatface is 100% honest, wants to do this experiment and will try and do this experiment. Then you owe it to everybody who may donate to make sure that this experiment is something that could even work before you spend a whole lot of other people's money. If you're new to the channel, please hit that like and consider subscribing. Until next time, stay sensible. I want to give massive thanks to all of my supporting members and patrons. Thank you all so very much.
Shut up and sit down.
So this was proposed a while ago, was it? This experiment. It's not recent then. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, John said Carl is late because his homework ate his dog. Signed, Mrs. Carl. Okay. Well, I've only got 2 videos left, so I can split them up. So you've only got some questions for the quiz left.
I've got 10 hard questions, Terry.
Ooh, 10 hard questions, Terry. How long does that go for? Okay. So Wally's only a 5-minute, and yeah, okay. I'll leave the last 2 to finish off with. So we'll leave Flat Earth Friday as the last video. And Wally can go in there. There we go. Alright. Have we got enough patrons out there to Peanuts to... Oh, we've got 17 Peanuts. Would you like a little quiz, Peanuts? Hey? Here, Peanuts. His questions is... what? Hard.
His questions is hard.
Yeah.
But we all like rising to the challenge, don't we?
What?
There are some that you will get.
Oh, wait a minute. Doris said my internet is a bit unstable. Let's see. 4. What? You haven't asked the damn question.
I've only dropped out once tonight. It's bound to happen in the middle of the quiz.
Wouldn't that be a bugger?
All right. Here we go then.
Don't forget to tag Alan out in the Peanut Gallery, just in case he forgets.
Oh, I nearly did forget.
All right. The hard quiz, number 29. Here we go. All right. It's the same format as last week, where you get a series of clues, a paragraph at a time, until you get the answer.
Okay.
Okay. So the first clue for the first question is: a displacement in this parameter is a trivial example of a continuous canonical transformation. And there you go. So you're talking about a parameter. What is this parameter?
This is one for Clive Wells.
Yes.
If somebody gets the answer right with that first paragraph of the clue,
I'd be surprised, yes. But someone did get the answer.
Oh, no.
Well done, Carl Edwards.
Oh, Carl.
So you get the rest of the clues now in quick succession. Binet's equation is used to compute solutions to the Kepler problem that do not depend explicitly on this parameter. And if you didn't get it from that, Hamilton's principal function is differentiated with respect to this quantity in the Hamilton-Jacobi equation. Virtual displacements are taken with this value fixed. The invariance of Lagrangian, and I've got something blocking my monitor there. This parameter leads to conservation of energy. The action is identified by integrating Lagrangian with respect to this quantity. The right-hand side of Newton's second law contains a second derivative with respect to this quantity, and velocity is obtained by differentiating position with respect to what quantity? And your visual clue was...
Clocks?
You should have got it from that.
Clocks?
And well done to Carl Edwards. The correct answer was time.
Holy cow. I don't understand.
So they're not that hard, hey, Terry?
Carl said, holy cow, I don't understand the rest of it.
Paul, button problem, mate. Button problem.
What's the button problem?
Look at the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. We'll just skip through that one then, won't we? All right. Question 3.
I could have got that one right, Paul.
Yeah, you could have, couldn't have you? Question 3. The account of one of these events by John of Ephesus describes headless black people rowing phantom bronze ships through the air. So what kind of event are we talking about here?
Is that what you think,
Alan? Part of the clue.
Okay.
The second part of the clue is the death of Emperor Claudius Gothicus in one of these events encouraged mass conversions to Christianity, according to Saint Cyprian of Carthage.
I'm copying Alan.
Irish stew.
You better be right, Alan.
No.
I'm going to guess neither of those are right then, Paul.
That's why we're continuing the clues.
No. No.
An account of one of these events claims that a leader was too upset by the death of Paralus and Xanthippus during it to be consoled by Aspasia. We've got lots of people saying eclipses, but that's not right. Not a meteor shower either. So you get your next clue. The return of Lucius Verus's troops began one of these events during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, known as the Antonine one. You can have a second guess in the internal chat if you want to.
Okay.
Even if your second guess is wrong, you can have a third guess, Alan.
Well, I was going to copy. I was going to copy
Or a
Alan
fourth
again.
guess, or a fifth guess.
I was going to copy.
Yeah.
I'm copying Alan again, but if
Not a comet. No. Okay, your next clue is the secret history of Procopius blames I've got something in the middle of my screen.
a
there.
devastating event of
devastating
this type
event.
on the evil
And of this type, yeah, on the evil of Emperor Justinian. And one of them killed Pericles during a siege by Sparta. Not an earthquake, but we do have a correct answer. Well done, No Name. Well done, No Name. No Name has it. So the population of Athens in 430 BC was decimated by what type of disaster?
The plague.
It was the plague. The plague. I mean, no, that was the
Oh no, the COVID.
Yeah, the COVID. Well done, No Name. All right. Question 4. Okay. This was the main commodity traded by the city of Massawa.
This was the main commodity. Yeah, I know what a commodity is. That's okay. Okay. By the city of Massawa. You know where Massawa is, Alan?
I can make a good guess, and
Not opium, not sugar.
I'll give you one guess who's knocked on the door.
I'm awfully tempted to say
This commodity was procured en masse for the Ottomans by the Crimean Khan state and the Nogai horde.
Procured en masse.
I was going to say
All
that
right.
the first one, but I
We
kind of
do.
didn't want to.
We do have a correct answer in the internal chat. And we also have a correct answer in the external chat. Well done, Alan and Dora.
Oh, okay.
The rest of the clues are this commodity was often traded for Venetian glass beads. This was the most profitable commodity traded by Kamen-Bornu, Dahomey, and Nubia. This commodity was traded through the island of Gori. A variety of this commodity was once called Zanj. The South Sea Company was granted the
right to sell this commodity, which
was given to the Britain in the Treaty of Utrecht and was called the Asiento.
Okay.
It was often traded for guns, which made it easier to acquire this commodity in war. This commodity rose up to rule the Mamluk Sultanate and named this commodity that was brought to the New World via the Middle Passage from Africa, and it was, of course, slavery. People. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because when you're putting it as commodity, I'm thinking, like, I know what commodity means, but I'm thinking, commodity. Yeah.
And which was essentially outlawed by Great Britain. And, and our efforts to stop it worldwide.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Big Blue.
Okay. Yeah.
Good day, mate.
G'day.
G'day.
Okay, question 5. This man claimed he was determined to become a farmer after he was given a hoe and told to work in the fields by James McLaughlin.
This man claimed. So this man, farmer, he was told to do that by that bloke.
Yeah. This man was received by James Walsh, referred by newspapers to as this man's boss after he crossed into the Northwest Territory. No, it wasn't Old MacDonald.
Old MacDonald. Old MacDonald had a farm.
Not Farmer's Boy either.
Farmer's Boy.
Not Einstein.
Hmm.
Okay, you get another clue. Impressed by performers' shooting skills, this man gave the name Little Sure Shot to that woman, Annie Oakley. Come on, you've got to know who it is by now. Not Jesus. No. Not Bill Cody, Alan. Okay, you get another clue. This leader's most notable military victory took place after he had a vision of soldiers falling into his camp like grasshoppers from the sky.
Oh, this leader's
not Buffalo Bill, Terry.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Not Blind Bill, not Wyatt Earp. But you're getting around the right era.
He's a leader.
He was killed at Standing Rock for his connections with the Ghost Dance after he toured with Buffalo Bill's Wild West.
Oh, okay. So I was close with Buffalo Bill there.
Not Calamity Jane, not Doc Holliday.
Standing Rock.
We do have a correct answer in the internal chat.
Okay.
But not in the peanuts yet. Well done, Alan.
Alan or Blue?
Alan.
Alan, okay. No, it doesn't look like they're...
Not Geronimo.
Yeah, they're all over the place there.
Name this Sioux leader who, with Crazy Horse, defeated Custer at Little Bighorn.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Peanuts.
That should have gave that Indian guy.
Come on, what other famous Indians do you know?
No, I said Buffalo Bill.
Not Geronimo.
I already said Buffalo Bill.
Well done, No Name.
Oh, No Name.
It's Sitting Bull. Yeah, Sitting Bull was the correct answer.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close.
John Rapp, the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, it wasn't until the last clue that was really the main clue, I reckon.
Yeah. Okay, question 6. In this novel, a poet is almost hung when he fails to silently take a purse from a bell-covered dummy, but is saved when he agrees to marry a girl. So we're talking about a novel.
I'm not into novels.
Nah. I still reckon you could get this one before all the clues are done. Davy's crotchet.
Thanks, 9 o'clock.
All right. Trial scenes in this novel include a farce in which a deaf judge interrogates a deaf prisoner, and one involving an animal's ability to imitate priests and spell a certain name. No idea yet?
Nothing's ringing a bell, yeah.
Are you giving clues too, Terry?
No, I didn't give a clue.
Well, you did. You did. You literally just gave a clue without even knowing it. Main character of this novel uses molten lead to thwart a rescue attempt led by the King of Tunis and the Court of Miracles. Not Lord of the Rings.
So my clue, even though I didn't know it was a clue, is a clue.
Not The Hobbit. Yes, it's a very big clue too, Terry.
Ah, shit.
In this novel's first scene, Gringoire's
Ah.
allegiance to the golden dolphin is interrupted with a grimacing contest by which the Pope of
I'm
Fools is chosen.
I'm getting there. I've
Come
got to
on,
type it
come
all out.
on.
I've got to type it all out.
Not Gulliver's Travels, not the Bells of Saint Marie. Come on, Terry. Terry has got it, even though he spelled it wrong.
Oh, well, that.
Yeah, well done, Terry. Was it your clue that gave you the answer, Terry?
Yeah. and there was the other bit. Where was the other bit I seen?
A girl in this novel owns the goat, Jarly, and loves Captain Phoebus. Terry has the answer.
Did I beat them all out there?
You did, Terry. Well done.
Hey. I am smarter than a
novel,
I am smarter than a flurfer then.
Yeah. At the end of this novel, Claude Frollo falls to his death and the gypsy Esmeralda is hanged. Now, come on, you've got to know
Come on,
what it is by
Peanuts.
now.
If I can get it, you can get it. Is that what you were going to think of, Blue? What I answered? Blue's gone silent.
Yes, and finally we do have it from Carl Edwards. Well done to The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, but
Name
Carl...
this novel about the deformed bell ringer Quasimodo by Victor Hugo.
Yeah, that's the main clue at the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's why that one's last, Terry. And it was The Hunchback of Notre Dame. All right. Question 7. This character is hit with a large rock by a man from whom he receives a purple sash in exchange for a silver-studded sword.
If only those types of clues were actually in the clues that you give for people. Cryptic clues like that.
All right, second part of this one. This man ignores a warning to retreat after seeing an eagle drop the living snake which it was carrying.
Character, sword.
A child is frightened by the plumed helmet worn by this man, who then takes it off to hug the boy.
Plumed helmet.
RSG's on the right track, but not the right name.
Okay.
Hercules. No. This character's attempt to make a deal about the treatment of bodies is met with the reply, "There can be no covenants between men and lions." Not Anthony Riley, no.
It does sound Romany type era.
Not Romany. You got the wrong culture.
Ah, okay. A plumed,
Not
yeah,
Ulysses.
The plumed helmet's probably what's. Greek?
Yep. He is Greek, yes. Not Jekyll. Priam begs for this hero's body after it is dragged behind a chariot as revenge for his killing of Patroclus. Yeah, the Elmings has got it from Life of Brian. Romanius
Life of Brian.
Yeah.
That Greek guy. No, 9 o'clock here. That didn't work, Mike.
No.
Didn't work.
Not Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson.
Name this rival of Achilles and brother of Paris, Troy's greatest champion in the Iliad. We do have a correct answer out there.
Yeah.
And we have 2 correct answers. And there's your pictorial clue, which probably wouldn't really help anyway. But we have no name and first death. Correct with Hector. Well done. All right, question 8. In one song, this artist declares, "Out there in the dark, there's a beckoning candle," and opens with the line, "There must be lights burning brighter somewhere." Come on, this is an easy one, guys. This is a quick one.
This one sounds like it's going to be a hard one for me.
No.
No?
It's not, Terry. This is an easy one.
It's in one song, this artist. So you want the name of the artist or the song?
I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if it doesn't go off with the next clue.
Okay. Yeah, but it's the artist you want, not the song. Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
He sang the lyrics, "Papa done told me, son, that gal you're foolin' with, she ain't no good for you," in a song that repeats the phrase, "Any way you do." Not Bob Dylan, not Johnny Cash.
Papa done told me.
Not Conway Twitty.
Oh, any way you do. Yeah.
Are you typing or are you just getting excited, Terry?
I was thinking.
He paid tribute to MLK in the song "If I Can Dream."
I was thinking of it was either this bloke. If it's not him,
Not Madonna.
It's either that bloke or.
It's not that bloke.
Oh, okay, I'll try the other bloke then.
The cover of London Calling was an homage to the pink and green lettering on this artist's eponymous debut album.
Oh, it's not those guys.
Not either of those guys, Terry. It's not Roy Orbison or Johnny Cash.
Right.
It's not Dolly Parton's breast either. It's not the Beatles. Another clue.
Any way you do. The any way you do one is what that's in the back of my mind, that one.
Come on. This latest clue, you have to know it from that one. Come on.
In one song, this man declares, "Well, they said you were high class. Well, that was just a lie." Oh, jeez.
I've gone blank. No.
Yeah, I've got a mind blank on the artist, but I know the song.
come on! I'm surprised.
I
that
know.
people haven't got this one yet.
This is hurting.
Yeah.
This is hurting. Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Many people say that the ending of this man's 1954 Sun recording of "That's All Right" marks the beginning of rock and roll.
Oh, that's all right, Mama. That's all right with you. That's all right.
Not Jimmy Horton,
There
not
we go.
Melvin Priest.
There you go. Me and Blue got
We
it.
do have a correct
Yes.
answer. Yeah, Big Blue and
Yeah.
Terry have it.
Oh, I didn't see Blue,
Yeah.
but yeah, I didn't copy. I didn't copy you, Blue. I didn't copy
But
you,
yes, they do have it. We have a correct answer internally
Blue. Yeah.
and externally. Finally, with no name, it was indeed Elvis. And this last clue would have probably given it to you.
Yeah.
In one of his songs, everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the title music.
Yeah. Any way you do. That was the one that triggered me
Yeah.
off with. I knew that triggered it.
And of course, it was Elvis
Yeah.
Presley.
Ah.
Yeah.
Kick myself. For that
Finally, you got it.
one.
Right, question 9. These products are often followed up with similarly named flankers.
What? Okay.
There's a space missing in there.
Is there? Okay. You flanked us.
Okay, second part. The town of Grasse is best known for its production of these products.
Okay. You bloody flanker.
Yeah. Not SU-27. Okay, next clue. One of these products is still made in the factory founded by Johann Maria Farina in 1709. Not cork. We do have a correct answer internally.
Already?
We do, yes.
Ah, Blue.
Well done, Blue.
Which bit did you... What, the Johann Maria Farina one, Blue? Is that what gave it away for you? Or the town of Grassi?
Ernest Bow created an aldehydic one, other examples of which include Lanvin's Arpeggi.
No, the answer's
And
out.
we have answers out there now. First Death and Irish Stew with perfume.
Oh,
it
Grassi
was
did.
indeed perfume.
Oh,
yeah.
Blue can't
Chinese
talk, but he can type.
Yeah.
Okay, Blue.
Chinese Americans protested one of these products named opium. In Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter is able to identify the trace of one of these products created by Nina Ricci and called L'air de Temps. Yeah. You would have got it with the Chanel No. 5, surely, Terry.
Yeah, when you hit that one, obviously.
A light one has a name that unfortunately translates as toilet water. Yeah. And it was perfumes.
Okay.
Yeah. And the last question coming up. We have question 10.
Okay.
This scientist used his knowledge of Greek to suggest the name of the meson to Hideki Yukawa to replace the etymologically suspect mesotron.
Etymologically. The scientist used his knowledge of Greek. that's a little bit obscure, that first clue.
Okay, I'll give you another one then.
Okay.
This man names a quantum mechanical generalization of the Ising model that uses Pauli matrices to describe interacting spins. Did that make it any clearer, Terry?
Well, quantum mechanical
Probably not.
generalization to describe an interacting matrix. Probably not, no.
Okay, I'll give you another clue then. He also names an approach in which observables evolve in time and states are fixed. Called his namesake picture of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, see, I don't know all the scientists. That's the thing.
Not Einstein, not Boson the clown. I don't like that one.
If he's an obscure scientist, I wouldn't know him.
He's not really obscure at all.
Okay. But for you, he
A
might not be.
generalization of his most famous statement relates the variances of two observables to the square of the expected value of their commutation principle, of the commutator principle.
Okay, so he's a mathematician. Must be.
Yeah, he was pretty good at maths. Not Bernard somebody, not Dirac, not Yukawi, not Hubble. Your next clue is...
Can you read it? Oh.
I can't read the second line.
Okay.
This man invented a system of
commuting observables that accurately
predicted the spectral lines of hydrogen and came out 1 year before Schrodinger's equivalent wave function formalism.
Well, it's not Schrodinger then, so that cancels that
It's not
out.
Schrodinger, no.
Ah.
Not Wolfgang Pauli, not Lenz, no. Name this German physicist who invented matrix mechanics and an uncertainty principle.
So it's not
That's the last worded clue you get.
So it's not the main guy that E equals MC squared bloke.
Big Blue has it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have got that, Blue. Carl's close, but he misspelled it.
Carl Edwards.
Yeah.
And Carl Edwards has the correct spelling, whereas Big Blue has written Heisenberg.
Heisenberg. Heisenberg or Heisenberg?
Yeah, Heisenberg.
Same guy.
Yeah. And the pictorial clue, I thought people might have got the name from the Walter White in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, the only TV show everyone goes on about that I've never seen.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay, there you go.
I'm shocked at these peanuts at how I got a question answered from something.
Well, see, I told you, Terry, that you'd get some of them. All right, there you go.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
Was it harder than you thought or easier than you thought? Did I
Half
play it up as
and
being too hard?
Half and half. Half and half. Oh, the Elvis one had me going from the "Any Way You Do" part when that one it triggered the song, but I couldn't put my finger on the because that was his earlier early music. I thought Blue would have got that one straight off.
Would have if I would have been sitting here.
Oh, okay. You disappear, did you?
Yeah, I disappeared to get a cup of coffee, and I came back and thought, oh,
yeah, so did I. That's where I've been too. I went and made a coffee. Oh, while I got you here, Blue, remember we were over on Gems the other day, and that chemo nut was saying stuff about ranting on an interview or a panel or a show or something stuff. Do you know what where it was that he was referring to? Which channel, like whose channel it was on or whatever?
Are you talking about Randy and Whitsett are having a debate tonight? Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh, okay. Because I know Chemo was saying, crapping on about Ranty saying he measured pixels in his thing on one of his shows or something. He was mentioning that.
Yeah, I think he's. There's a debate. I think it's at 5 o'clock Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time. It's what is that? Debate channel. It's going to be between Ranty and Whitsett gets it.
Oh, I wish that was happening now, Blue. That'd be perfect to be involved in that. Probably not going to be
I
my
would
time
really
zone.
not. I mean, I've gotten into it with Whitsett before.
Yeah, we know
and
what
it's no
Whitsett's
fun
like.
It's no fun to even try to talk to that kid.
No.
All he does is just string meaningless bullshit together.
Yeah. I don't even think he has an argument. He just carries on like drama queen.
And the minute you start addressing something he's asking about, he'll take it. He keeps just taking it to the next level of complexity, instantaneously, without any understanding of really what he's doing.
Oh, agree to disagree, Surf said. Have you got
Yeah, that's it.
Is it? I don't know if I've got that channel.
That's it. Agree to disagree.
Has anyone got the thing they can post out in the peanuts? Oh, there goes Paul. We knew it had happened. We knew it had happened. I mean, we weren't hoping it was going to happen, but that's.
But we were expecting it.
While having internet issues.
Yeah. Well, I've been having them too for the last couple of weeks, and Paul's getting them too sometimes. We seem to be having internet problems over here in Australia at the moment. All of a sudden, we'll just drop out. So luckily, I'm still here at the moment. So, touch wood.
Maybe he'll be able to join back in a minute.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Surf. I'll grab that. Is that the right one? You put up? Grab that. Put that away. Is that the right one? Live in 7 hours, something.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, Globebusters versus Ranty Flat Earth debate. Is that the right one? Is Globebuster, is that going to be, is that classed as Witsuit? Yeah, I've got Ranty's new channel. Well, it says Globebuster versus Ranty, because I thought Globebuster was something.
Well, Witsett's become part of Globebusters.
Oh, okay. That's what's confusing. Okay. 7 hours, Blue. 7 hours. That'll be shit. That's.
Oh, you got time to go have a nice sleep and then start over again.
Wake up in the morning, yeah. Well, I was going out tomorrow.
Yeah, because it will be morning your time, right? I mean,
it'll be about
like
7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah, 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well. I'll just have to look at the rerun.
Alex said, Witsett's Bob's Super Noodle Doodles Golden Boy. More like Bob's lap dog.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously what Chemo was talking about was Ranty must have been on a show with somebody at one time and Chemo's just watched it or something. Yeah, so I must have missed out on that one.
Who was it, Ranty debated? I'm trying to remember.
Was it? Okay, I thought he was just on a show with somebody else.
Was it Brian? Brian's Logic or somebody?
Yes, he did with Brian's.
Okay.
Apparently, Vim Frondel says apparently Ranty measured a known sized object to scale the angular size of the mountain to work out where the base of the mountain has to be. A quite legitimate thing to do.
Yeah.
Because if you know how far away it is, and you know how tall it is, you can work out the angular size of a pixel, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, well, that's what Chemo was harping on about.
And then you can use it to calculate the actual size of another object at a different distance. Because it's unknown.
Because Chemo was going on about, okay, then if he can do that, he can do the Black Swan, then 1, 2, the same, and all this crap.
You don't even need to worry about where the base of the mountain is. Nobody cares about that. The top of the mountain cannot be where it shows up in that photograph. If the Earth is flat.
You mean what? You mean below the top of Blackpool Tower?
Yeah, it should be significantly above it, not significantly below it.
Indeed.
Oh, but.
Exactly, Terry. But.
I can't wait to hear Witz's tirade and disconnected random series of technical sounding words. It's always amusing.
Oh, I'm not going through a 5 3/4 hour live stream, Surf. Ex-flat earther Ranty smashes current flat earther in debate. Conspiracy cats. But it went for 5 3/4 an hour. What else was they doing? The debate couldn't have went for that long.
Yeah, they did.
Really?
It got a bit crap in the end. Yeah, I watched it live.
What time of day was it for you?
I watched about middle of the bloody night. They started about 11 and I started watching and I think I finally give up about 2 in the morning.
So that would have been my time in the daytime?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay, I missed out on that.
Okay. Right time.
Are you sure? Are you sure of that?
I have to laugh sometimes, Blue, when we're on over on Gems, and I hear you say something, and people overtalk you, and then I try to talk sometimes, and I get overtalked. And if I yell something out that you can hear what I say, or you say something like it that I can hear.
Yeah, they have no idea what we're laughing at.
Yeah.
People do not listen.
Yeah, that's it. Too busy listening to their own voices.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them that are absolutely in love with the sound of their own voice.
Yeah. I'm not putting you Americans down, but there is a few Americans, once they get in a little group over there, that's it. You can't get a word in sideways.
Yeah, there's a couple of the newer ones that are
either
really
young
bad
kids. You're not
about
talking about those young kids that come in.
Well, yeah, him, but there's a couple of others. Good guys, but they won't shut up for anything.
No, I'm not going through that video. That's way too long.
I got into it with Witsit. Paul will get a kick out of this one. I got into it with Witsit over there just briefly the other day. He was complaining about Cavendish not showing anything in the fool. You know, I told him that he was trying to bring it back to the absolute value of G that was being measured. I said, no, that's not what you guys are talking about. You are talking about a hypothesis test, really. It either mass either attracts mass or it doesn't. It's a yes, no. Okay. That's your choices. And 32 times I've done that test. All 32 times it attracted mass. Witsit, the idiot, says, do you have a p-value for that?
A p-value?
Yeah.
Now you'll really like this. You'll really like this. I said, which one do you want? Left tail, right tail, or two tail? And he had no fucking clue what I just said to him.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That just sort of demonstrated that he was at the peak of Dunning-Kruger, right?
You betcha.
Hmm.
You didn't do anything, did you, Blue? We've already showed your last Cavendish thing. So we did that the other day.
Yeah, I haven't done anything.
Okay.
Have not.
Okay, I got Wally. I've got a 5-minute Wally, and I've got a 19 minutes of Simon. That'd be Flat Earth Friday stuff. That's all I got left here.
Elmick says Jeremy now wants someone to show him Cavendish done with gases attracting each other.
Wow. That would be something. Is that Jeremy going to go? Is it Jeremy that's doing the experiment, or that Biodual, wasn't it?
It's Biodual.
Yeah. It's like all these other ones you hear. You hear them, they talk about it, they say we're setting it up and everything, and yeah. You've got to give Riley at least credit in some context, because he did go to the trouble of getting a container and some weights and lead and videoed it. So at least he went that far. Might not did anything, but
The Biodual's kind of new at this, I think. I don't think he's been hanging around with these clowns all that long. I'm afraid he's going to have a problem. And that's just going to fuel the fire.
Did you see what I put on my thumbnail for the stream? Did you get to see that before the show started?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, okay. It was one of the original not Cavendish, Foucault. And we were just talking in the beginning of the show about experiments and scientific experiments anyway. We're just going through Wikipedia looking to see what scientific experiments were done in the early part of the century, or late 1800s even, just to see what direction we can head for the Industrial Revolution time period. Alan was even looking up some information, for an example, when I was saying about Alexander Graham Bell inventing the telephone, about the telephone thing, and I was saying, well, the things had to have been invented before that. You can't just invent the telephone. For example, this is the example I was thinking of what we could work out in future couple of shows, we could do stuff like with the experiments, but look at what took to make the experiment, or what was it had to have been invented before that to do the experiment for a start.
Yeah, that was a good one, Terry. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone or got the patent for the telephone in 1875.
Right.
Thomas Edison didn't invent the carbon microphone that was most commonly used in the telephone up until at least the late 80s, and telephones with these microphones in still work until 1876.
Well, it's a very simple device to make.
The carbon microphone that was so commonly used in the telephone was invented after the telephone. They used a water microphone is what Bell used in his example system.
But everyone seems to forget what Alexander Graham Bell's second invention was.
The other telephone.
Yeah. Ah, blue. You spoiled my. You took my joke.
That's all right.
I'll get you back. Don't you worry.
What important telephony invention didn't Alexander Graham Bell invent, though?
What there?
What important thing in telephony, i.e., telephones, didn't Bell invent?
Well, I don't know. The bell.
The telephone exchange.
Oh, the telephone exchange. Yeah. Answer machine.
But Bell's original system was hardwired between users.
Yeah.
Yes, Facty, I know that was crapper. Have we done the toilet?
I think we talked about. I'm sure we did talk about it.
I can't remember now. It's been so long ago since we were doing the Industrial Revolution stuff. Because I'm sure we talked about the different mechanisms and the different types of toilets there was to start with. It was a crap subject anyway, so.
Yeah, John Rapp was asking about how the measurement of the ball masses is coming. I've got the drop tank sitting outside. I just got to do the measurement to get the volume. But the more I think about it, I do not know the purity of the lead, so that may not be any more accurate than the weight that I got off the little cheap electronic fish scale. It's worth doing just because I can infer an average radius from it.
How heavy are they? Remind me, please.
But it has a
Sorry, I was going to say, would you remind me how heavy they are, the big ones?
They're 22 kilograms.
I was thinking postal scales might help, but I think they don't go that far up.
No, you need a few decimal places.
I checked around and found a local company that can do a certified weight on the damn things, but at a price, and I'm not sure I want to pay the price. It's going to cost like $150 to get those guys to weigh them.
Wow.
And it also occurred to me that the institution there where this is going to end up going certainly has the capability of weighing them.
Yeah.
So we may just wait on final data results.
When you were talking about the purity of the lead,
I
thought there was those devices that you can, some sort of analyzer that looks at metal or whatever and tells you what sort of metals things are. I've seen a device that does that. I don't know if that's the same thing or what I'm thinking. Was that to do with minerals or something? I forget now what that is.
I think
Yeah,
there's
all of
something
these things
that
are doable if you want to.
go on, Blue.
I was going to say who went first.
I can. No, we can do any or all of these things if you want to pay the price.
Yes, true. It's true.
I am thinking that because of the way Cavendish went about stating it, he may have simply constructed some sort of crude of it was some sort of balance himself, because he gives the weight of the large masses in terms of spherical feet of water.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another possibility.
Yeah, because we know a kilogram of water is it a kilogram of water? Weighs 1,000 litres or something? 1,000 milliliters? Milliliters.
I thought it was a litre of water weighed a kilo.
Yeah, a litre of water, sorry. Yeah, litre of water weighs
Water,
a kilo.
no, water weighs 1 gram per cubic centimeter. So. Yeah, a liter weighs a kilogram.
Well, yeah, back to what I was thinking of before with the shit. When do I get mind blanks? The Foucault. Is that going to be a possibility this year or next year? You think, if you're thinking about that one?
Well, it's a simple experiment to do if you can find a place you can do it.
Right. Okay.
It just seems to work best where you've got a really long drop, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it'd be good to go through some other experiments that we could do. I don't know what limitations there is. Yes, Elmix, I'll press play in a sec. Of experiments that we can do. Are we limited by the resources or other things to do other experiments that are out there we could do? I don't know which ones. I'm only just speaking hypothetically. Like, we're not going to do the Schehlian one.
No.
Well,
what, Alan?
If we were having nice weather, I was thinking about maybe doing the Wallace.
Right.
I wouldn't bother with road bottom, but I might bother with Wallace.
Okay.
Because I'm not that far from the correct location to do the experiment.
Yeah.
I mean, I could set the camera up facing the other way, possibly, and have it set up so that it's pointing down the length of the cut. But I'd still have to have something to send along to see. And of course, it's a bit pointless putting anything that close to the water, isn't it? Because we know it's not going to work. And I'm definitely not going down there in the winter to do it.
Yeah, that's right, John. It's hard to top the Cavendish Flurf coffin. Yeah. Okay. I'll finish off with Simon. If Simon's got to go through his advertising bit first, but I'll get Wally out of the road. Otherwise, I haven't played Wally for a little bit. What's Wally got? Oh, Level Earth Observer. Just plain fails to flatten anything. Okay. Grab that. Share. You right, Paul? You back? You running on all?
Yeah, I'm back for the time being. Never know when it's randomly going to strike again.
Yeah, that's it. We should have a soundbite for when you drop out going, ah!
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Paul. fell down the internet hole.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, Adam, what a fail this one was. He keeps doing the same thing with the plane, doesn't he? He just doesn't know how to plane.
This is Lockheed Martin's SR-72, penciled in for its first flight in 2023, a couple of years from now, although some think it's actually in the air and flying right now. Regardless, what I find fascinating about this plane are the stats attached to it. Bear with me. Okay, so we got the stats here for the SR-72. All I'm interested in is speed. Mach 6, 7,400k, which essentially is 4,598 miles an hour. So we've got that as a reference, because I want to see how much supposed curve drop, according to the globe mathematics, this plane has to take into account while it's going top speed for an hour. And over the course of an hour, according to the globe maths, there's 2,108 miles of curve or drop between the 2 points of reference. Now if we break that down to a minute, divide 2,108 miles by 60 minutes, we get a figure of 35 miles of drop stroke curve per minute. So whoever's going to be sat in that plane, if the Earth was a ball and they were going full speed, they'd have to drop 35 miles per minute to stay level on a ball, which is obviously ludicrous.
Prepare ship for light speed. No, light speed is too slow. Light speed too slow? Yes, we're gonna have to go right to ludicrous speed.
Ludicrous speed.
Now, as if that wasn't bad enough, the latest news coming out of Lockheed Martin regarding the SR-72 just makes it even worse. Lockheed Martin confirms the SR-72, son of Blackbird, will reach anywhere in the world in 1 hour. Just scroll down. The SR-72 is expected to reach speeds over 14,500 miles an hour. Wow! I'm curious to know how much globe Earth curve stroke drop the SR-72 will have to encounter doing those supposed speeds travelling across the Earth.
None!
Should we have a look? So this incredible plane, according to the globe mathematics, when it's flying full speed, according to the claims made by Lockheed Martin, and it's travelling the Earth in an hour, if that's the case, and the Earth is a globe, this plane, to remain level on a ball, needs to be dropping on an average of 2 miles per second.
Well, what you're doing, mate, is you're estimating this over an hour to get a nice big drop number. How about you try it like this? What does the plane do in just 1 second? 4 miles per second? It drops 10 feet, which is 0.02 of a degree. Now, do you think the SR-72 is able to drop just 0.02 of a degree in 1 second? I'm sure they can manage that. And then after that second, you simply do it again. And then you do it again for the next second. And after 3,600 seconds, you've gone 1 hour. No big deal. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
So Adam, this is what's wrong with your method. It doesn't pass the sniff test. So if this plane can go to anywhere in the world in 1 hour, that means it's on the other side, right? So how about in 1 hour and 59 minutes? Where is the plane going to be? Well, according to you, the plane is now going to have to fly backwards and up a bit. What sort of drop is that? Oh dear, that's not going to work, is it?
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
Well, thanks everybody. That'll do for Adam.
Thanks, Wally. It seems that Adam has made the same mistake that Globebusters made years ago, but at least they realised it and deleted their video. For some reason, he is calculating the drop from a stationary position. That is not how rate of descent is calculated for an aircraft. If he does the math from the reference point of the aircraft, he will see that there is no rate of descent required for the aircraft to follow curvature. As it flies around the Earth, it remains at the same altitude above the ground, and therefore there is no rate of descent required. And what this really shows us is that Adam still can't apply mathematics correctly to the scenario. It seems to be a common problem with flat earthers. If you look at the comments from others on his video, none of them have picked up the mistake. I've been saying it for a long time. To be a flat earther, you have to fail at basic math and geometry. And here is more evidence that this is true.
I should go back into that one a bit more where they were wrong.
Which Adam was that?
What channel's this
who-
on? This is where's Wally?
Yeah, but
Oh, Level
the
Earth.
idiot is Level Earth Observer.
Oh, that clown.
Well, they just don't understand that it stays the aircraft stays at the same gravitational potential as it goes round.
Yeah, that's
Not
how
a
I
problem.
sort of look at it. Yeah. Where have I got it? People sending me messages. Where have I got to go? Oh yeah, I see that. I respond to some messages. I can't do two things at the same time.
I can't do one thing at the same time.
No, somebody wanted to come on for a chat, but I said, well, I'm still doing the show at the moment, so. We had more people on the panel, yeah, and we had, I'll just stop that for a sec, because I've got to check something. Yeah. Oh, I've got more thumbs up than I've got people watching. How does that work?
Happens to me sometimes.
Are you reading this question? No,
I'll
John.
drop in, give you a thumbs
No,
up
John,
and
I'm not
leave.
reading that question.
What?
John said, tagged me and said, are you reading this question? Where We've been going for 3 3/4 hours. What time is it? Yeah, well, it's after.
Nearly tea time for me.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I suppose we got still. Oh, if you can read this, you are illiterate. No, it's the other way around, Carl. If you can't read this, you are illiterate.
No, it says if you read this. Oh.
If you can read
if you read this, you are literate. You are
illiterate.
No, you are literate.
Oh, not
you are
the
literate.
Not the illiterate. Yeah, sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, Carl.
That's the problem with this sort of text. The capital I and the capital L end up looking. The capital I and the lowercase L end up looking identical.
They are identical. So you can just use either one you like.
Yeah, and on British number plates, the font makes zeros and O's look identical as well. Which can be confusing to people.
I'd say we've just got enough time for a bit of flat Earth from Simon, because that's the flat Earth file. And then we'll see how much time we've got after that. You got time for this, Alan?
For me, it's mid-dinner. Yeah, I've got time for it.
Yeah, and then
I'm thinking actually, in 10-15 minutes, I've got to go and turn the oven on so that when the carer gets here at 4 o'clock, she can stick me pizza and stuff in the oven for me.
Oh, pizza, no pineapple.
Pizza, meat feast pizza, garlic bread and chips. Proper chips, not them stupid things that come out of a bag that we call crisps. Thanks, Bob.
Okay. So I go past his
compilation, and it starts with the king of fails himself, Mr. Bob Nodell.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks,
you
Bob.
are going to love this one. It all started when Taboo Conspiracy made a response to the catfishing video that I released a few weeks ago. Bob and co decided to address this video in one of their live streams. Let's check it out, shall we?
But I'm just going to share a segment of his video, and you can see his admitted lies for yourself from his own mouth.
Well, I think it's quite obvious to me that Taboo Conspiracy loves an email or two. But I wanted to know if he'd learnt his lesson. So I emailed him. Now, this is from someone who I named Hoagie Tablers. Pay close attention to and remember that name, Hoagie Tablers.
Now, by the way, guys, I got an email from that same person with a different story. So he's trying to do it to me as well. And of course, I have to wonder, now at this point about Dave's guy. But of course, that's the whole point of all this, right? But anyway, let me play a couple more minutes of this and then we'll talk this out.
Oh no, he's rumbled me. What an absolute bummer. Let's skip to the end of this bit and see what Bob has to say.
This is absolutely unbelievable that they actually go to this level to write letters, pretending to be someone that they are not. And of course, obviously the agenda behind it is to get us to doubt anybody that could be potentially a legitimate whistleblower, like the F-16 pilot.
No, that's just a bonus. The agenda behind all this is quite simple. To show how thorough you flat earthers are, when you get an email that backs all the beliefs that you hold. No research is done on any of it before going ahead and spreading that information. It's what you wanted to hear, so you ran with it. This was the whole point, to expose you all for the charlatans that you are. And it worked.
Or any of the other subject matter experts that have come forward, anything like that. So, I mean, it's just unbelievable how despicable they are. And this is something that we really want outsiders to take notice of.
As do we, because I can assure you, despite the necessary deception from our part, the job was done in exposing Flat Earth.
If Flat Earth is so stupid and so utterly ridiculous that, you know, you have to be a complete moron to buy into it, then why is there such an incredibly concerted effort to discredit us in the most dishonest of ways, instead of simply beating our arguments, you know, with sound arguments? They have none.
Is that a joke, Bob? We debunk you with sound arguments on a weekly basis. Heck, you even debunked yourself.
A 15-degree per hour drift.
But you never accept this. Bob? Besides, this way was more fun.
And that is the true, you know, that's the true thing about this whole Flat Earth story, is there, you know, we have all of the evidence as far as I'm concerned.
You mean evidence like this?
A 15-degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob. Oh, and evidence like this.
We don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
Interesting indeed.
You know, the ball Earth, we can debunk just about every part of it with no problem. In the Flat Earth, even though there are some things that, you know, may be difficult to explain or may take a little bit more creative explanations.
So you make stuff up.
Or a little more technical understanding. In understanding, nevertheless, we still have put together a somewhat coherent model that is absolutely viable.
It really, really isn't. But you know what, Bob? I'm willing to sit down with you for an hour, 90 minutes, and go through every single concern I have with any model that you wish to present. But anyway, Bob said in that clip that he received an email from my old friend Hoagie Tablers. Now, what he didn't say though is how he replied to that email, taking everything seriously. Take a look at this. To Bob. How are you doing, Bob? I hope you're well. I'm a big fan of the channel. An idea had recently come to me about some flat earth proof which I need some help with. Now, we all know that the debunkers can't account for curvature, ever. Knowing that, I want to propose an observation to end all observations, specifically an extremely powerful laser test over a stretch of water. Before I go into more detail, I thought you should know that I can absolutely fund all of this. Other activities in my life have led to a very decent wealth accumulation, but I don't have the expertise to implement the experiment, which is why I've come to you. Have a think and get back to me when you can. After a few days, I'll email you more information about potential locations, etc. Best, Abel. And this was Bob's response. Hello, Abel. I am open to listening to any observation, especially if you are willing to finance it. Good laser equipment is very costly, but is necessary for good observations. So, what is your proposal? I have several bodies of water all around me, including an ocean just a few hours away. We also have mountains overlooking these bodies of water, so where I live is ideal for experiments. Thanks, Bob. What Bob failed to pick up though is if you take the first letter from every single line of the email, it spells thanks, Bob. Dear oh dear, Bob, that is a monumental fail, isn't it? And worthy to be included in the Flat Earth fail compilation. Right, next up we've got our old friend Flat Earth Banjo, who's highlighting a conversation about flight paths from DITRH channel owner David Weiss. Let's take a look, shall we?
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because when we went from Perth to LA, when we were looking at, like, during, you know, deep into the night or whatever, when we were looking at the flight, we went over and Alaska and Seattle. Like we
perfect.
Okay.
Look, check this out. So Perth is over here. So
yes.
So you went over Alaska, but why didn't you just go here? Right.
Right.
So here's a shot from Taiwan to LA. Alaska's up here. Right?
Yeah, I think we might have stopped in Malaysia. Is that near Taiwan?
Okay, let's take a look at a normal map, shall we? So, the flight was not a direct one. What a surprise. Flight paths generally follow great circles around the globe, but if we take a look at the route between Taiwan and LA on a flat map, it looks like this. Now, that's obviously because the Earth is spherical, because when we look at the route on a globe,
So let me show you. Watch. So there were here's Hawaii. Right here, there was a medical emergency. Someone had a heart attack or a baby or something, and they had to land. So if you're a pilot, you'd probably land in Hawaii or continue over here. Maybe you go back. I doubt it. But instead, they went up to Alaska. Why the hell did they go to Alaska?
because if you look at that direct route on a globe, Alaska is very, very close.
Here's why. Because this is where they were going. They were coming, boom, emergency, Alaska. Hawaii is all the way out here.
That doesn't work with a sphere?
Yes, like I just showed.
No, this is what the sphere looks like. This is the sphere, but this is, flying from Perth. You think you would be the straightest route would be here, but when you look at it, you come from over here, bam,
Okay, yep.
boom, Alaska, LA. It's a straight line.
It's a great circle on a globe.
Yeah, that's
Airplanes
wild. That is
fly
wild.
over
Craig,
the
Craig,
plane. There's a book called 16 Emergency Landings That Prove Flat Earth. Every single one of them makes 0 sense on a ball, and they only make sense on a flat Earth. And emergency landings screw them up. NASA, the liars at NASA, are in charge of all GPS, in charge of all radar, and in charge of all flight routes. Okay, so they're hiding what's going on.
I'm going to get that book and debunk every single thing.
What?
I'm sorry, but NASA has pretty much bugger all to do with any radar systems on the planet Earth.
Mm.
And us Brits, who kind of pioneered using it in a really good system, integrated system, might just disagree with him.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to say that.
Yeah.
Some pilots know. We know lots of pilots that know. The Qantas pilots, they all know, but they don't talk about it.
They haven't really got into a lot of the Great Circle route misunderstanding a lot, have they? They've only just had a couple of... I've only seen a couple of them play around with that.
Oh,
yeah, saying flight paths.
Yeah.
Publicly, we've talked to pilots, and they've been fired the next day for talking to us, saying that the Earth is flat.
They've been fired the next day.
So the spin of the Earth, so that's my favorite, and try to wrap your mind around this, right? So at the equator, the Earth is...
Yeah, no amount of epic music is going to help you here, Banjo. What is clear is that no flat earther understands flight paths or great circles. Another one for the Flat Earth Fail Bank. Okay, next up we have Mr. Westchester County himself, Mr. CC from New York.
Oh,
away you go, my
CC.
friend.
Haven't heard from
Good
CC
morning, good
for a
evening,
while.
good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris. From New York, Westchester County. It's a 425.
Not in the kitchen.
21.
I'm not allowed in the kitchen.
I want you to take a look at something here. See this tripod? It's crap. Okay. I just ordered one.
Okay, CC. Thanks for the review, matey.
A really good one. It's $300. But we're going to have to deal with it. For now. And you see that?
Yay, the moon!
Apparently today it's the rose full moon. So, happy Rose Day. Who knows? Alright, let's check it out. Oh. Alright, this is really difficult to do. There she is. Very nice. 1, 4, 2. Yeah, I mean we can do all the exposures here, but hold on. Let's back it down. Let's back it down to a minimum. Let's keep that in the background.
He wasn't changing the exposure, he was changing the zoom.
He loves those dramatic long pauses, doesn't he, CC?
I have to keep it down to a minimum. Alright, so let's just do a little recap on the garden here. Chives, oregano, parsley. I don't know what the that is, but it keeps growing every year. Who cares? And we got many trees. Got a fig plant over there. That's a new addition.
What is this? Garden time with CC?
Oh, check this out. This is really neat. We still have a pumpkin. This is a rose bush. This is really neat. I just replanted it, so it doesn't look good right now, but it'll, it'll do what it has to do. Let me find a place that I can. Like a magnetic thing here. Damn it. No, it's not. Nothing. Okay.
Is he having trouble with his camera?
What is he doing?
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm going to upload the video for you, and I just want to let you know that here it is. That's the moon. Full.
Thanks for that, CC. Appreciate it. Are you now so fed up with Flat Earth that you're putting all your time and effort into moon gazing and balcony gardening?
268,000 miles away. Oh my gosh. Is it really that far away? Damn it. I don't know how the camera should go. Oh, this is going to come out all up. But
LB things in the side chat's really screwing up. G'day, mate.
I know, but why isn't she? Why is she naked, Terry?
It's all right. 268,000
Shouldn't be
miles
now. I already did the thing.
Okay.
It looks solid.
That's because it is CC.
But it's not.
Ah, okay. Maybe he is still banging on about it.
It emits cold. Why wouldn't it?
It doesn't emit anything. It reflects sunlight.
All right. Look, all right. Have a good night. Thank you for subbing and thank you for viewing my channel. Let it be a part of your life.
Is that it? What in the blue blazers was the point of that video? 6,000 fail points, CC. Okay, our final Flat Earth fail comes from the debate between Ranty, one of the Globe's new boys, and apparently one of Flat Earth's best debaters, Brian's Logic. Let's join them deep in debate when Brian is about to explain to Ranty the phenomenon of
I don't have to play the actual video.
Brian is using
they've got a bit out of it then, so this will be all right.
Called drop as a way to discredit Ranty's Blackpool Tower photo. Let's remember that in that picture, Blackpool Tower is 19 kilometres away from the observer, and the mountains behind are 80 kilometres away from the observer as well.
No, I can put it on there too. Oh no, you should be still sharing.
No, I mean, should I share your screen now? Should I share your screen now? Yeah.
Yes, you can go ahead there, Katz.
Done.
Okay, so I'm presenting at the moment, yes?
Yes, you are, yeah.
Okay,
this is
just... Okay, no worries. This is just going to be a quick demonstration of the effect of visual occultation, also known as photographic occultation. I'm going to just show it here, and then I'm going to show some other stuff with this, okay? So here, I'm going to move back this way, and as I move back, you can see that it's occulted by the smaller object in the foreground. But the object in the foreground is higher than the camera.
Also, the pepper pot is right next to the camera, so why wouldn't it block anything behind it?
So as it goes back, it occults. It's been occulted by the. When I move the pepper, when I move the pepper, you can see that the pepper appears higher, but it's not. It's just a change of angular size with distance. It's not actually higher, but it's not even just that. What it actually is the angle. My angle of view here, if I go back just a sec, to there. My angle of view here, if I'm trying to look at the top of the tea can, it was just a pot with tea bags on it. I know it looks pretty silly, but if my visual angle of view to that, I can't look over the top of the pepper to see that, because even though that's higher, because it has moved back and changed in angular size, move back and change an angle of size. When I'm looking up, my angle of view, because of the height of the pepper, my angle of view is actually brings my eye line higher than where the top of the tea container is.
Absolute word salad. Right, where to start? The camera is sat on the table, so the centre of the lens is not level with the absolute bottom of the tabletop. The tea tin is only slightly larger than the pepper pot, when in reality the mountains behind Blackpool Tower are over 4 times taller than Blackpool Tower. And as I said, the pepper is right next to the camera. The whole thing is not to scale. Now, this phenomenon might be or may not be a thing, but to use it as an excuse to discredit the Blackpool Tower photo without doing it to scale is a joke. Do it to scale, Brian, then come back and try and discredit Ranty's photo. I guarantee you won't come back though, because you'll realise you're wrong. Well, there we go. What a wonderful crop of flat earth fails that was. Always love a good flat earth fail compilation video. If you enjoyed it today, then please do like and subscribe. It'd be thoroughly appreciated. Just enough time to once again thank Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today. Remember, surfshark.deal/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get a whopping 83% off and 3 months extra free. I've been SimonDan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you briefly on Tuesday for the Tinfoil Tuesday special, where we've got a guest creator coming on. See you then.
Guest creator. That'd be interesting. Hey. Oh. Hey. Well, we've been going for 4 hours now. Fail hard. Good name for a flat earth documentary. Okay.
Yeah. It would be, wouldn't it?
Well, that's all I've got for you tonight. Yeah. Alan's got to go and have his din soon, or sooner or later.
Well, I just went and turned the oven on because that was important.
I'm just looking around to see if there's anything else. I can't see anything else that's happened. Any other? I know Toon's done a couple of debates. Blooded debate Sizzle Deft, whoever that is.
I think Toon's biggest problem is that they're not turning up at the minute.
Oh, that's no good. Who else? Don't know. What else did he do? Creaky Blinder did. Who built the Sphinx? Nobody. It used to be alive. So the Sphinx was a living organism, and then it turned into the Sphinx.
Oh, that's probably
but petrified.
Yeah, that sounds flat Earth Aussie Jesus or one of that lot, doesn't it? Or a mud flooder.
Yeah. What else have we got? Bob's been doing a lot of live telescopes. I've noticed him over on his Discord channel, so I don't know if he was doing them through Discord. I didn't know what he was doing, so I didn't pop in there. I didn't realise that's what he was doing.
Yeah, he's been doing quite a few.
Yeah. If I knew what star systems and everything, which I don't know anything about that sort of stuff, so
don't think you're going. I don't think you're going to be seeing very much of whatever Bob looks at, to be honest.
Ah, okay.
Because I think your problem is that there's a bloody great big bit of rock in the way.
Yeah, I don't recognise those stars what he's looking at. Don't look like my stars. Okay, I can't find anything else. Oh, Anton Petrov. Paper claims discovery of mushrooms on Mars, but what are they?
Rock.
Yeah,
I would think.
Little spherical rocks, yeah.
Yep.
McToon done a concave earther. Would it be? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to play. What else have we got? Oh, we did have an Isaac, but that's going back. I'm going back too far now. I'm going back to last week where we already played that stuff. Well, we may as well sign off. The Chinese rover landed on Mars. Who's looking forward to the first interplanetary robot wars? That'd be funny. I'll say me goodbyes for the peanuts out there. Type properly. Got fat fingers. Oh, Ranty. Yeah, I've got Ranty's new channel, sir. I haven't got a lot of subscribers just yet. Oh, press that one.
I haven't watched a lot of Randy, or I haven't really watched any of Randy's new channel stuff. I need to go do that.
Yeah, I've got his channel.
Randy knows where a lot of the bodies are buried, so. I'm sure he can provide some revealing insight into the minds of a super flurf like a Oakley or a quantum eraser.
Yeah, I've got a line with conspiracy cats to do it, to maybe get Ranty on here through conspiracy cats. So just when and whatever, we could work it out. Pick the right time for it. That's the problem. Okay, the panel. Hey, Demonov. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks for the quiz, Paul. You done well as usual. Oh, thanks, Big Blue.
You're welcome.
Who'd we have out there? Fondle, Stewie. They turning up late, are they? Demonov, Surf, LB Things, No Name, Death, John Rapp, Dora, Elmix, Fred.
Oh.
Don't forget Carl.
Gotta go because they're here.
Yeah, yep. Righto, Alan. I'll see you later.
See you, Alan.
I can't pronounce Thurston. S.T. Hurston. Who else was out there? Said Surf didn't know. Fondle. I can only scroll up so far, so if I miss somebody. Did I say John Rapp? And thank God it's flat was my first response in the chat, but I don't know if that's still there. But a shout out to that. Thank God it's flat. That's That's it. Oh, Irish stew. Don't forget Irish stew. If I missed anyone, oh, John Stock. You're a bit late, mate. Oh, Demon has been lurking. Alright, guys. No, I can't, and I can't actually do the Monday stream that I was going to think about doing this Monday, so I won't be able to do that if I did it. Which would be your late evening, I think, Blue, my time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, I can't do that on this Monday, so I was thinking about doing it on a Monday. Other than that, it'll be next Wednesday. Do you like it any later, Blue, than what we were doing? Because we didn't start till I put in the time to start here for 9 o'clock. Because I didn't want you to turn up too late to miss the show if we started too early and then finished early. This time I'm finishing is what, 10 to 1 my time, so that is finishing late for me.
The time was good. I just got up in the middle of the night and stayed up a few hours, and I laid back down to take a nap and woke up late.
That's okay. Well, you don't get paid for it, you know that.
Yeah, I know. That's all right.
Alright then, guys. I'll catch us next Wednesday night then. Good night.
See you, Peanuts.